Good morning, colleagues. Celia, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yes,
Okay,
yes, but we're not gonna share now, hi? Ash.
thanks. Just checking if mine is working.
Thank you, thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Good morning, Nomaxhosa, and good morning, honorable members and colleagues. Can we start, Nomaxhosa?
Yes, Chairperson, you can start. We do have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Nomaxhosa, and once more, good morning, colleagues and honorable members. The agenda for today will be flighted by Nomaxhosa, and it has been emailed and posted in the group of the portfolio committee with three important presentations: the State SA, the Brand SA, and the Department of Planning and Monitoring and Evaluation. You are all welcome, honorable members and colleagues. And the meeting now is opened. We will quickly move to the apologies, Nomaxhosa. If there is apologies, I know there's an apology of Honorable Minister Marubin that have been forwarded to me, and I'm not sure if there are further apologies.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, Chair, we received 4 apologies from Honorable Minister Ntsabeni, Honorable Dunjwa, Honorable Trolip, and Honorable Buthelezi, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nomaxhosa. Honorable members, those are the apologies from Honorable Minister Marubin, Ramokgopa, Minister Ntshaveni, Honorable Dunjwa, who's in Zimbabwe, Honorable Buthelezi. I know there's a bereavement to the IFP of Honorable Sithole, who has passed on, and Honorable Trolip. And we are moving, honorable members, to the adoption of the agenda. I will take hands that will adopt the agenda. I see the hand of Honorable Kompani.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to yourself and all the honorable members. I move to adopt the agenda.
Any second, honorable members?
Chairperson, it's
Yes.
Honorable Falke.
Oh,
I move to second the adoption of the agenda.
thank you very much, Honorable Chauke, and I also see the hand of Honorable Christie. I think she's also adopting the agenda. Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable members, today we'll get the presentation of the 3 departments, and which is the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, the Stats SA and Brand SA. And we will engage on their annual performance plans and strategic plans. And these APPs, honorable members, are very crucial in enabling our government to respond to the needs of our citizens, drive economic growth, and build a better future for all South Africans. And also, honorable members, these APPs to be presented today must demonstrate the government's commitment to leveraging technology and data to improve service delivery, enhance transparency, and promote accountability. And honorable members, the meeting takes place within a broader context of South Africa's medium-term development plan that was presented before this portfolio committee, which outlines the country's development objectives over the next 5 years. And honorable members were all interested on how these annual performance plans will support the implementation of the medium-term development plan, and how they will contribute to achieving the government's priorities and objectives. Because the medium-term development plan provides a critical framework for our country's development, and it's essential that we leverage technology and data to drive progress and ensure that no one is left behind. And through these annual performance plans, we can also enhance our understanding of the complex challenges facing our country, from poverty and inequality to unemployment and economic growth. And furthermore, honorable members, these APPs must demonstrate the importance of collaboration and integration across government departments. By working together and sharing data, insights, and expertise that can develop more effective solutions to the challenges facing our country. And so, honorable members, we must then proceed with this meeting in a spirit to build partnership, transparency, and purpose, so that the institutions before us may continue to serve as effective instruments of South Africa's developmental agenda. Honorable members, I will then invite the First Deputy Minister, Honorable Noneba Mhlauli, to do the remarks, and immediately we'll take the Stats SA. Over to you, Honorable Mhlauli.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to the members of the Portfolio Committee, as well as all of the colleagues that are joining us on the call, including my colleague from the Presidency, Honorable Morolong. Just to state that we are joined today, Honorable Chair, by, of course, our team is being led by the SG of
Recording in progress.
Our team is led by the SG, Mr. Malulega, as well as we also have the chairperson of the Statistics Council, Dr. Nzimande Mbele, who's also part of our team today. Without wasting any time, I will just give a few introductory remarks and then, of course, then hand over to the SG, who will then do the actual presentation that has been shared with the Portfolio Committee. So firstly, again, thank you very much for inviting us to present our 5-year strategic plan, as well as our APP for 2025-2026. And of course, as you will know, that the Stats SA Act, the Stats Act makes provision for the appointment of the Statistics Council by the Minister, which is an independent advisory body to both the Minister and the SG on stats matters. And therefore, the role of the council is, of course, to safeguard the official statistics of our country. And also, hence, we are, of course, joined by the chairperson of the Stats Council. Also, just to inform the committee that the reports that we are going to be presenting today, which is our strategic plan as well as our work program, have both been endorsed by the Stats Council. And just to go into the contents, members would, of course, be aware that the 7th administration has adopted the medium-term development plan, which sets out a clear and ambitious program for the next 5 years. And that government's most urgent task, of course, is to grow the economy so that we can create much-needed jobs, reduce poverty, and improve the lives of our people. And this task we undertake as government with the urgency that it requires. Now, Stats SA, as our national statistical agency, plays a crucial role, yet often underestimated, in how we craft our developmental agenda as a nation. The organization, as you've also stated, Honorable Chair, in your opening remarks, provides us with official data to make informed decisions, which are based on facts and not on anecdotes. Therefore, our 5-year strategic plan, which is a new one, and our work program informs, aligned, of course, to inform the planning, policy development, and monitor the progress in relation to the 3 priorities of this 7th administration, which is inclusive growth and job creation, as I've stated, poverty reduction and tackling the high cost of living, as well as building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Now, honorable members, the new 5-year plan builds on the previous strategy that we have crafted, although disrupted by various factors in the external environment, including COVID-19. An external environment assessment has highlighted both opportunities and threats in relation to the digital and data revolution. Now, the SG, when it does make the actual presentation, will share with you the strategic outcomes and the objectives that will drive transformation and change over the next 5 years, as well as our work program, which is also known as the APP, is aligned to the strategic direction as set out in the 5-year plan. Also important to note, honorable members, is that only targets that are funded are included in our APP. Our SG will also share with you the key deliverables, highlights, and innovations in each branch, demonstrating an organization that is hard at work, albeit the many challenges and disruptions that we have already alluded to. Honorable members, Stats SA is, however, still under severe financial constraints, as you are well aware, and this is something that did, of course, come to light, was raised again, rather, in Parliament this past week, with an inability to fill its high number of vacancies that is currently standing at 720. The sustainability of our core series is at risk, and we are of course, unable to address the resource challenges that we are facing given the fiscal constraints that we are all aware of. And as honorable members would have noted that the financial position of the institution is under discussion with the Minister of Finance, with the commitment that was made in the budget speech on the 21st of May, that the funding of Stats SA is something that will be looked into when we go to the MTBPS later in the year in October. Therefore, honorable members, let me pause there and hand over to our Statistician General to make the actual presentation. He will, in presenting the organizational and financial performance of Stats SA as we table our strategic plan as well as our work program. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and through you, I will hand over to the SG of Stats SA.
Thank you very much, DM, and I'm handing over to you, SG.
Chairperson, let me greet you and greet honorable members. And indeed, as let me also greet deputy ministers that are with us on the platform, and the chairperson of the Statistics Council and colleagues from other departments and agencies. But let me mention that as Deputy Minister has indicated, Chair, our Statistics Council, the South African Statistics Council, which is not an extension of Stats SA, rather an independent body appointed from members of society in their standing, professional standing, and representing organs of the state and members of civil society. The chair is here, and indeed, upon the presentation, the chair would want to put some words across. It's because the responsibility of the Statistics Council is enshrined in law, Chairperson, as regards the work program of Stats SA in relation to the way we function between ourselves, the ministry, as is the minister and the deputy minister, and Stats SA led by the statistician general. Chairperson, our content will start with the strategic direction. We're talking about 2025-26 all the way to 29-30. So we'll talk about the strategic direction. We will talk about the work program. We are going to talk about estimates of national expenditure, and we are going to talk about strategic risks and priorities. Having said so, Chairperson, let me start by the legislative environment within which we find ourselves. We derive our mandate from the original Act, Act number 6 of 1999, and now as amended, Act number 29 of 2024. We also look at the African Charter on Statistics at the continental level, where we're looking at the 6 principles. And of course, at the global level, we have what we call the United Nations Fundamental Principles of Official Statistics. Now, having said so, Chairperson, then we come to the environment within which our strategy operates. Chairperson, we are saying that the existing statistical system is out of sync with the current and future data needs in society. So the current resource base and capability are only partially fit to respond to the demand. And I guess all of us, even in society, Chairperson, we are inundated by a number of data attributes that come, and whether they are verified or not, but which are generated from sometimes artificial intelligence facilities, which make it difficult to understand which data to use at any given moment. So consequently, it is that stakeholders lack adequate statistical information to make evidence-based decisions to inform policy development and planning, as well as to monitor progress. And the future relevance of Stats SA in the data ecosystem will be compromised with potential adverse social and economic impact, largely to the country. Now, however, through the national statistics system, which is beyond the mandate of Stats SA, Chairperson, the national statistics system is not just Stats SA, it brings in other players, producers of statistics and users of statistics and generators of statistics. And through the implementation of the National Strategy for the Development of Statistics, which we do not have at this stage, we only have a strategy for Stats SA. We will address the information quality and capacity gaps. The National Statistics for the Development of Statistics, that is the NSDS, offers opportunities to capitalize on alternative data sources, build capacity and partnerships, and utilize emerging methodologies and technologies to respond to the country's information needs through extensive intervention and investment on the data ecosystem. That is why, Chairperson, on the basis of that, that is why now we come to our strategy of Stats SA, and we say our vision is to improve lives through the data ecosystem. Chairperson, we will remember that this is the strategy that we got disrupted from implementing due to COVID-19, and we are continuing to implement this strategy. Our mission is to transform the production, coordination, and use of statistics through optimization, partnerships, and innovation. Of course, our values have to do with integrity, not integrity of the leaders that we have or the staff members, but data integrity, which must be able to stand the test of time. But also empowerment and partnerships that we need, not only empowering our own staff members, but making sure that members of the system of national statistics that go beyond Stats are able to discharge of their duties. A good example is that crime statistics under South African Police Services is now official statistics, and we do support them and hold them to highest levels of integrity, in that if they veer off such what's that mandate can be withdrawn, and that official standing can be relegated to just any other statistics. So we have to do so by caring and providing and making sure that we discharge of our duties with respect, both internally in the organization as well as externally to the members of the public that we engage with, as well also with our stakeholders nationally and internationally. We have to make sure that we continue to serve with innovation, and as such, our strategic outcomes are insightful data, an agile operating model, interconnected statistical systems, and transformed capabilities. Now, when we look at insightful data, we are saying, Chairperson, we want to sustain the quality of national indicators and broaden the statistical information base by enhancing the experience of our stakeholders. Under an agile operating model, we are saying that we want to modernize and innovate the business operating model to optimize on efficiencies and to make sure that we integrate our systems and processes. That brings us to the statistical value chain, Chairperson, which in modernizing and innovation, we are saying that from the input side, which has to be driven by leadership, is to make sure that we have a strategy, and we have to make sure that our operational and project plans are in good shape, our human resources are adequate, albeit the challenges that we have. Our ICT environment has to respond to issues that we need to deal with. I need to say that, Chairperson, where we are sitting now, our ICT space is at risk, not only at Stats, but I guess across government due to lack of financial resources. And the level at which we want to operate can be compromised by the ICT space, especially in an environment where you are having artificial intelligence, which plays a role globally. And as a nation, we need to up our ante. There is an initiative that we're working together as all government departments, led by the DG in the presidency, to make sure that we address this issue. So the issues of stakeholder needs have to be addressed at all times. At the statistical production process, we have to always, when we deal with our surveys, we look at the needs, the design, and we build and collect data. So we don't just deploy any survey, Chairperson. We make sure that the needs are clearly articulated from our stakeholders. And in design, we test our processes. We don't just go to field. A good example is census. You have to do a pilot. You have to pilot all your systems and processes. You also have to do the dress rehearsal just before you go into field. So once you go into field to collect, you must be sure that your systems are solid. We process, analyze, and disseminate information. And indeed, evaluation is only for our internal processes of the data. In terms of the use by our users, that's where we get a lot of feedback, including those that look at our issues of impact of information beyond what we produce as statistics. So we have to make sure that we have quality statistics, that we document our metadata and make sure that we adhere to international standards and classifications and definitions. And we have to collect our geospatial information. And when we report, we have to report at a geographic level that one should not compromise the quality of our data or what we call stability. So when you deal with sample surveys, you have to decide at what lowest level you can go to. And of course, when you deal with census undertaking, you have to say, this is where we will report to. But you have to make sure that data is stable at all times. No statistician in official practice can say we will release this data if it doesn't show stability. Chairperson, our output have to deal with our statistical products, system of indicators and integrated products, and our outcomes to make sure that we embed statistics in planning, and we make sure that statistics is deployed to policy development, and of course, to deal with monitoring and evaluation. And just a very good example is that we would want to see, and we already see that statistics is in our schools curriculum. Our learners are already starting to not only deal with mathematical theory, they are dealing with statistics. And our staff members do from time to time get asked to appear among some schools to explain some of these concepts in a practical way. So in public discourse, we have to make sure that statistics form part of our daily rubric. And we see it when we release numbers. We just released the GDP, chairperson. When we release the quarterly labor force survey, quarterly employment survey, GDP, population media estimates, and other products, CPI, they form part of discussions in the national space. Of course, chairperson, on a lighter note, everyone was saying that our economy would go on a slump or contract or grow in the negative. So when the statistician general just this week said our economy grew at 0.1%, there was applause that the statistician general knows how to count. But when it goes in the negative, all of a sudden the statistician general doesn't know how to count. Chairperson, our responsibility, we don't have emotional attachment to numbers, negative or positive, big or small. Our responsibility is to make sure that the nation doesn't hear what it wants to hear. Our nation must get to know what we need to know as a nation, because otherwise we may fail this nation by only telling the good story. We tell the story as it is. Chairperson, going forward at impact level, we are saying we want to deal with inclusive growth. And of course, as we deal with inclusive growth, we need to address issues of poverty reduction and the cost of living, as well as a capable state. Now, in the next slide, Chairperson, we are going to see or deal with issues of interconnected statistical systems. Already we have spoken about the amendment that we have seen in the statistics to help us deal largely with issues of coordination, and that is in the Amendment Act number 29 of 2024, which will lead and direct the data ecosystem beyond StatsSA. So we need to look at statistical or strategic partnerships, and we need to lead and direct the data ecosystem. One is in data acquisition, Chairperson, to make sure that at business level, households level, government and other entities, we need to be able to pick up such data. And as we do so, We will be dealing with data acquisition, data processing, integration, analysis, and visualization. As we do so, we will look at the stage, Department of Environmental Affairs, Department of Basic Education, South African Police Services, Department of Health, and other departments. The departments that we have raised here are the ones that we are working with. And of course, as we do so, it will help our nation to deal with planning, policy space, and decisions in a way that all data suppliers will work together, and data processors and producers will work together, and data users will be coordinated a lot more better. Strategic outcome number 4, Chairperson, is transformed capabilities, that we will invest in the capability and capacity of our stakeholders, number 1, but particularly in building capacity in the data ecosystem by making sure that we have a versatile and multi-skill workforce within StatSA and in the broader statistical system for the nation. We will realign our structure in StatSA, our resources, and a culture to make sure that these respond to our strategy. Invest in innovative technologies as well as ICT infrastructure, while we leverage on the statistical infrastructure. Chairperson, in the next 5 years, we want to continue to drive statistical reform, especially the amendment gives us that space to have to deal with these issues. It's not going to be an easy issue, Chairperson, noting that most government departments don't have departments and entities don't have a funding for statistical output or output in a sense. Yet they need some of the statistics that they produce or as a byproduct to take forward. So I'll give a good example. A teacher at school and inherently the Department of Education would know every day how many children were at school and how many children are not at school. And indeed, ultimately, we would know how many children have dropped out of school or how many are not going to school. So when we go to the household surveys, we would be able to get the reasons why they are not going to school from their parents or from learners who are 15 years and older. And that would make our survey program less expensive. We will protect the quality of national indicators, and we will drive business transformation and change. Now, let's come to our work program, Chairperson. Our work program has at the center of its work the National Development Plan 2030. The National Development Plan, Chairperson, has a lot of prescripts that, just a good example is by 2020, we had said that we want our unemployment rate to be sitting at 14%. At the stage, in 2020, it was sitting at about 28, 29%. We want our unemployment rate to be sitting at 6%. Chairperson, our unemployment rate, and we are talking about the narrow definition, it is rising. It is now sitting at 32.9% as of the last quarter we released. And when you look at the expanded unemployment rate, it's sitting in the region of about 42%. So these are issues that indicate to us that the role of StatSA is not to say things that we aspire to have, is to measure the real picture as it is. At a national level, Chairperson, we look at the MTDP, which looks at sector plans for development indicators, the provincial growth and development strategies, the DDM in Circular 888, and the IDP. IDPs at local level. But at the regional level, at the SADC as well as BRICS, we release an annual report which looks at the indicators that we are tracking. Agenda 2063, we are a key player and a leader in this regard, having come out at the time when the African Union decided to work on the indicators. South Africa led in this regard in coming out with the indicators. Sustainable Development Goals we will be reporting later this year. In the month of July, our colleagues from DPME as well as the National Planning Commission will lead by reading the policy statement of South Africa, and Statistical will release a report that has to be tabled and at the United Nations on our Sustainable Development Goals. So, Chairperson and honorable members, in our product, we look at people, that is the population dynamics, life expectancy, migration, education, all the way to marriages and divorces. Of course, when we look at the living conditions, we look at poverty, income and expenditure, service delivery, crime and transport. And on the side of the economy, we look at economic growth, GDP, employment, industry statistics, short-term and structural. And indeed, we look at primary and government sector finances. In the environment, we look at our water accounts, river accounts, land accounts, so we can tell how our nation or our land space has been migrating, whether it was more of agricultural, all the way to where mining starts to come in, and the vineyards and everything, vineyards and the like. We are able to tell that we have these reports. We can talk about river basins that are coming, and all the water boards where they look at and where the collection of the water, whether it's underground or it's water that flows and all the way to the sea. These are things that we're looking at, Chairperson. Now, let us look at the annual performance plan of 2025-2026. We are saying, Chairperson, in economic statistics and largely talking about insightful data, the business as usual continues. In economic statistics, we have 242 statistical releases and reports that are scheduled. Chairperson, all in all, Statistical has about 250 to 270 reports per annum. So almost every day, there is a report that is coming out of Statistical. And in particular, in this area, in economic statistics, our budget is sitting at 330 million, and the vacancy rate is sitting at 16.7%. That is 95 posts. But the highlights, Chairperson, we are talking more about implementation of administrative data for the quarterly financial survey on selected municipalities. We will pilot and the deflation of the tourist accommodation survey. SASCAF, the South African Statistical Quality Assessment Framework, which we house in Statistical, we will continue with self-assessment and agriculture statistics strategy. We are engaging with the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Land Reform in terms of not only looking at the strategy, but also looking at how do we ensure that we have, we know agriculture is very volatile, but one of the things that we are having now is when commentators start commenting on how the GDP numbers will look like, there is no basis over which they can use agriculture because agriculture data comes last. So sometimes they will say they expect the economy to go this way and it doesn't go that way. Before they received agriculture statistics in the last GDP numbers we released, they were saying the economy will go in the negative. But when agriculture came, it showed that it contributed 0.4 of a percentage point. And indeed, it grew at about 15.8%. So this strategy will make sure that other than the volatility of agriculture, we are able to predict as a nation or to know what is coming by the time Statistical comes out. Benchmarking of the GDP is underway. Innovation, we are talking on the right-hand side, Chairperson. We are talking about web-based data collection, the balance sheet piloted for the quarterly financial survey on selected municipalities, and indeed feasibility study on the survey of public corporations, and research notes on the system of national accounts, as well as expansion of natural capital accounting, where we talk about, amongst other issues, the land and the rivers and the water accounts. Chairperson, we are continuing to go to our population and social statistics, still on insightful data, Chairperson. The highlights, let us start before the highlights. We are saying business as usual. We have about 56 statistical releases and reports. The budget here is sitting at 307 million. The vacancy rate is sitting at 26.1%. That is 57 posts. We need to say that if we look here, the vacancy rate is higher than what we have seen in the previous, what's that slide, whereas it was 95 positions in the previous slide. If you could go back a little, Celia. It's because the base in economic statistics, we see at the bottom, it says 16.7% and it's 95 posts. It's because the base is bigger. Economic statistics is much more larger. So even with 95 posts, it brings a vacancy rate of 16.7%. Whereas here, the base is not as big as what we see in economic statistics. Now we see the vacancy rate is represented by 57 posts, returning at 26.1%. What are the highlights? We are talking about the design of the Continuous Population Survey, CPS, and the CPS rotation strategy, technical reports on mortality, and indeed report on the emerging issues from Census 2022, which is continuing. The results of Census 2022 as released and as published at the time we published them in 2023. Products continue coming, and they will continue coming for the next decade until we have another census, because as we get and receive new data, we look at such data that is coming vis-a-vis what we have picked up in the census and continue making such data products ongoing. And indeed, we will report on issues of documented immigrants and continue to report on the income and expenditure of migrant communities. Innovation, concept note on the impact of climate change on displacement as well as forced migration, application of the COICOP 2018, which has to do with our prices to look at income and expenditure and the living conditions survey data points. And of course, we'll continue to research on seasonal adjustment for the quarterly labor force survey as well as the quarterly employment survey. The quarterly labor force survey, Chairperson, looks at what the households are saying. We go out and interview them. Whereas the quarterly employment survey looks at what happens from the factory gates, what the firms are saying, how many people they have, how much they've paid on salaries and bonuses. We'll continue to research on alternative data sources and indeed invest on data science skills. Chairperson, if we go to the next slide, we are going to talk about the interconnected statistical systems as well, which leads to insightful data. And that looks at what we call our South African National Statistics System. Our South African National Statistics System, that is where we look at coordination and the work that we have to do beyond the work of StatsSA and making sure that we work with other producers, other organs of state, as well as the private sector in bringing harmonization in the production of and use of statistics. So here we are, our budget is sitting at 48 million. There are 21 posts that are vacant, representing a 43% vacancy rate. I must admit, Chairperson, that this is a unit, a function that we have been starting from about 2,000, but we haven't been able to fund it adequately because one, as we started to strengthen it, we have also been losing staff members at StatsSA. So when we lose them from the production areas, we sometimes take staff members from this branch and return them to production so that we can respond to what we said earlier on in protecting national indicators. Chairperson, we have highlights include commencing with the rollout of the amended Act, as in Act number 29 of 2024, the integrated indicator framework, IIF, being rationalized and reviewed. We work with Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation here. We have to certify statistics as official, where we deal with self-assessment using what we spoke about earlier on, the South African Statistical Quality Assessment Framework, that is SASCA, or we also have independent assessment. Chairperson, not only do we deal with the assessment of other products or products coming from organs of the state, even our own products, the statistician general has to subject them to assessment to make sure that they remain within the remit of official statistics. We do also get asked by other nations to deal with their assessments, Chairperson. We just came out of the Seychelles recently. We have dealt with Namibia. Angola is busy asking us to assist them. We get asked to go to assist as far as Morocco and Tunisia in dealing with their statistical systems. Chairperson, let us look at the SASCAF. In terms of the operational standards and guidelines, we'll continue to review this. As regards the Sustainable Development Goals, we will be reporting later in the year. And of course, we have to commence with the data strategy for the entire country, not only of StatsSA that we are talking about now. The national strategy for the development of strategy is the one that we spoke about earlier. And indeed, commence with statistical regulations that will help us implement the Act, that is Act number 29 of 2024. Innovations will continue to innovate on the digitalized business processes, in particular in looking at quality assessment as well as the integrated integrated information framework that we are working with DPME. New partnerships in the national strategy for statistics and the national statistics system will continue to expand that to make sure that we deal with an integrated data lake. Chairperson, on this one of the integrated data lake, it goes beyond us and DPME. It also includes National Treasury and other players. But of course, to roll out this will require resources. And of course, data sharing will continue, Chairperson. Having said so, we now come to the area of methods and standards. That is an agile operating model. And we are saying here, our budget is 166 million. We have 62 posts that are vacant, sitting at the 26%. And we continue with business as usual. Highlights are test the master sample for the continuous population survey that we have spoken about in population and social statistics in the earlier slide. The code of practice for quality management system continues to be implemented. The assessment maturity level of statistical business register. These is not just on our work. We get the statistical business register. We get it from SARS, and we have to make sure that it continues to mature so that it's easier when we deal with our sample surveys. Geo-enabled master sample for the continuous population survey and other household surveys. The adoption of an international standard on industrial classification, version 5, that is the ISIC. This is very critical, especially when we want, at the stage we are talking about 10 industries, from agriculture and mining at the primary level to manufacturing and utilities, secondary, all the way to the tertiary level. So there are 10. When we talk about this, in the future, we will be talking about 23 industries, Chairperson, which will help us to report better. And another one is an area where we talk about transport, storage, and communication. If we look at the olden days, transport, storage, and communication was driven by your South African postal services. So whatever you are communicating from one point in the form of letters, it had to be carried by transport, be stored at particular points, and be moved ultimately. And I'm just focusing on the communication part. But today, communication has changed. With the press of a button, things are moving faster. And measuring that economy becomes very critical. So the ISIC 5 helps us to start moving into that space. Innovations on the right-hand side, we talk about enhance geoportal for dissemination, partner with other stakeholders and statistical agencies, automate standards and methodological processes, and make sure that transition in relation to an automated data collection for the statistical business register, and draft research paper on electricity generation are some of the issues that we are innovating on, Chairperson. Let us come to statistical support and informatics, which talks about insightful data, agile operating model, and transformed capabilities, Chairperson. Here, it's business as usual. We have to launch a revamped website, and indeed, the budget is 306 million, and indeed, vacancies sitting at 30%, 72 posts. Chairperson, this is where we have our ICT space. The risks are much more serious here, not only at issues of human resources, but also at systems level. The downtimes that we experience coming even from the SITA side, but also having to make sure that we protect our data. We have a big center where we store data for the country. And if we don't manage it tightly, if it were to collapse, Chairperson, it would not only collapse the functioning of Stats SA, but the nation from the side of economy as well as population, the massive data that we have. Chairperson, what are the highlights? Integrated stakeholder engagement strategy implemented, conduct a user satisfaction survey, which is ongoing. We do engage our users annually, Chairperson, so we know what our users are saying as regards the quality of our data, as regards the regularity, and of course, where they even suggest what needs to be improved. The continuous population survey, communication, publicity, and advocacy strategy, because this is an area where we also have our communication function. Enterprise architecture, a digital roadmap implemented, invest in cybersecurity, which evolves every day. Cybersecurity evolves every day. We will know how many government departments get hit every quarter. And of course, website revamped and continuation of management. Innovations, upgrade our ICT environment within funding. That is, we are now looking at phase 3. Implement an agile system development so that we can deliver better, or we can have a better delivery model. Automate statistical production processes, introduce new digital tools for collection and indeed for reporting, standardized software and systems. And indeed, at the stage, we have a lot of systems we are running on. We have what we call a statistical analysis system, that is SAS. We have the Microsoft, we have GroupWise. We have a lot of systems and they need to be standardized, Chairperson. Implement information lifecycle management project. Chairperson, when we go to the next slide, we are going to talk about statistical operations and provincial coordination. This is our agile operating model. Business as usual, we have a backlog on the causes of death. What happens is that due to COVID-19, some of the forms that used to flow easily to our Department of Home Affairs from their regions, which they would pass to us, are still lying in their regions. And the movement of such records is not our space, it's the responsibility and the remit of Home Affairs. So when they bring the data, they have gotten the records, we continue to scan them in our data processing center. That's during the visit of the portfolio committee. That is one of the processes that we have shown of what we are scanning, the causes of death. So one of the things we need to do is to make sure that we report adequately on what is taking the lives of South Africans. So for better policy coordination in relation to disease management and other issues. The budget here is about 889 million. And of course, the vacancy rate is sitting at 231 posts at 16%. Here, Chairperson, we also include our provincial offices. So now, highlights integrated fieldwork operations model, and indeed the continuous population survey, provincial master samples updated, the continuous population survey training strategy, assessment of out of scope in preparation for the continuous population survey. So when we collect data, we need to know what data is within scope and out of scope. And this becomes very critical in relation to managing our quality, where we don't only have field workers, Chairperson, we also have quality monitors going out in the field, while we also have, once the data is here, quality mechanisms that we build in looking at our data. Causes of death reporting that we have, processing that we have already spoken about, innovation, leverage on provincial partnerships, which, in the Eastern Cape, we have Kucha amongst our partners that we work with them to help them deal with measurement issues, other than our own programs. The Musina Makado one is the one that will be coming on board very soon. Improvements in national digital collection. We will continue to innovate in statistical and data operations processes, roll out the alternative modes of collections. At the stage, we are dealing, firstly, we were dealing with paper, that is computer-assisted paper interviews, that is CAPI. But also, we need to ensure that we deal with computer-assisted telephone interviews, as well as computer-assisted web interviews. Now, when you bring in telephones and web, you have to make sure that you ease out the bias, Chairperson, because when you reach out to only people who have telephones and who can log on the web, we have to always ease out the bias so that we are representative of everyone, whether they have these gadgets or not. Digital operations in provinces is one of the innovations. Chairperson, in administration, transformed capabilities, business as usual continues, and indeed, resource constraints. As we know, Stats SA at the stage, we are not struggling with just dealing with our services, goods and services, where we say we don't have enough money for our surveys. We also don't have enough money to pay the warm bodies, the current warm bodies. Every year we overspend because we can't fire people from government. We can't demobilize them. It has to follow a particular process. But Stats SA is not sufficiently funded to pay even the salary bill. If it was the private sector, Stats SA would have closed down by now, Chairperson. Highlights, organizational structure reviewed, disaster risk reduction, a plan implemented, concept note on succession planning. We have looked at invest in skills for the future, data science, data engineering, district offices rationalized. We are saying that while we can collect from anywhere, especially using data, ICT gadgets, but reporting has to follow provincial boundaries and municipal district and municipal boundaries. So we are currently cutting down on our regional offices, but reporting will not stop us to report accordingly. Performance audit on supply chain management, international engagement in relation to the work that we do. Innovations, business process map, processes map, culture shift program. We are working on that, especially that we are bringing a lot of ICT in our space. Scale down on logistical services like printing, vehicles, and telephones. We are scaling down quite seriously, Chairperson, in terms of managing with within our budget. Modernize corporate support business processes, and of course, align our structure and skills to our strategy. Chairperson, on the expenditure, we are saying that expenditure and other indicators, our vacancy rate, we are sitting at about 720 vacant posts as we are talking. We used to lose about 101 staff members per quarter. Chairperson, we are losing in the region of about 127 to 131 per quarter. And so the loss of staff members has increased. And then not per quarter, I'm talking about per annum, about 128 to 131 staff members. Now, when we are losing at that rate, in the last financial year, we were allowed to fill 7 positions. So if you have 720 vacancies, if we don't lose any staff members from now on, in terms of resignations, in terms of death, in terms of retirement, and we keep our current staff cohort, we are going to take the next 100 years to fill the 720 positions if we are allowed only 7 positions, Chairperson. Now, the risk is that since we know we are continuing to lose staff members, if we don't arrest this issue, which has already, the Deputy Minister has already spoken about it, that the Minister of Finance has promised in the budget speech that we will be taken care of later in the year. We don't know by how much, we will know later. But if we don't arrest this situation, the serious thing is that our quality will start imploding. And indeed, in the end, we might have to close, let's say, down. That's how serious it is, Chairperson. Women in SMS, we have about 44.7%. We were sitting at 39% at the beginning of this leadership, Chairperson. As we continue to hire more women, we continue to have resignations, and indeed, amongst other people that are sought after, women instead, say, continue to leave, but we are inching towards the 50%. Staff members with disability, we are sitting at 1.1%. We were sitting at 1.2%, but we continue to lose them as well. And staff members that left, let's say, in the last year, 131, Chairperson. Let us look at our finances. Chairperson, this table is very busy, coming all the way from 2021, 2022 on the left-hand side, talking about each program, all the way to 2027, 2028 on the right-hand side. But I just want us to talk about what we have highlighted in red, which is the current financial year, that we are funded at 2.7 billion, Chairperson. If we look at that funding, it is almost what we were funded with in the year 2023, 2024. Even in that year, we didn't have enough money to fund or to pay salaries. That's why we have continued to overspend. So the fact that 3 years down the line, 3 financial years down the line, 2 financial years down the line, we are still at the same funding means that our situation is quite dire. No additional funding allocated for this financial year. and filling critical vacancies is a serious issue, as well as our outdated ICT infrastructure that puts us at risk. Chairperson, what are the risks and priorities? Firstly, let us look at strategic risks. We are saying that demand has improved. It is actually far outweighing the supply. Almost every day we get more demand for statistics. In our sample surveys, there's demand for lower aggregated data. But with the current sample sizes, we can't disaggregate much lower. Mitigation is we rationalize on integrated indicators framework to determine the data gap, and we will continue to develop the national strategy for the development of statistics, where we'll harness from other producers and invest in strategic partnerships. Supply, the quality and periodicity of our survey is at risk. Some series we have had to drop or are delayed, Chairperson. And of course, we will introduce the population continuous survey, and research is ongoing on alternative data sources, as we have seen in every presentation we have made. Business operating model continues to be disrupted by factors that are either internally driven or externally driven. And of course, we want, in mitigation, we want to modernize on our statistical value chain, research on emerging methodologies and technologies, rationalize our footprint, especially at a sub-provincial level, at the district level. Resources, the baseline funding inadequate, particularly for the compensation of employees, high vacancy rate and freezing of positions, and of course, inadequate ICT infrastructure. Upgrades at the stage are not affordable. Our audit committee is continuing to raise serious concerns about our ICT space. If we are hit, Chairperson, we might not even be able to protect ourselves. Mitigation, we have to reprioritize our resources, explore on alternative funding sources. And of course, we are not amongst the highly indebted poor countries. So most of the funders externally are not keen on funding us, Chairperson. South Africa is currently suffering from a lot of cuts of funding and aid that we were receiving from other partners worldwide. Strategic priorities for 2025, 2026. We have already spoken about commencing with the amendment, the rollout of the Amendment Act 29 of 2024, sustain the quality of national indicators is ongoing, modernize and innovate on our survey operations, and driving transformation and the change agenda. Chairperson, the next slide says Ndihela Kwala, which I've explained many times in our presentation, except to say, and indeed, amaningang now, Chairperson. Let me say, in the next slide, which is blank, it's finished and clear, Chairperson. Kifetsa unamu. Kia leboga ndakenza. Chairperson, if Chairperson would allow, the chair of the Statistics Council, South African Statistics Council, is with us here. If Chairperson would allow her to just, as DM has indicated, to say something, especially in relation to our strategy.
No, thank you very much, SG. Mr. Dr. Senga. Yes, I will allow the chair of the council to say something.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity. And thank you, SG, for the presentation. Council has actually gone through the strategic plan and also the annual plan of Stats SA. We engaged with them quite intensely on specific areas, especially appreciating their role and the kind of forward viewing that they are going through in terms of modernizing, in terms of also creating an agile operation model, which is going to be very critical, especially in how we're able to provide critical data for planning in South Africa. I won't repeat what has been said both by the SG and the Deputy Minister on the role of council. Needless to say, we play an oversight role, and also kind of inform certain areas, specifically when it comes to the roadmap that Statistical is playing. We're quite happy that we see that Statistical is now incorporating the State Amendment Act of 2024, and also that the Act actually now places a big role on the Statistician General in particular, in terms of enhancing his responsibility and also in his role in this statistics value chain. With that come critical collaborative agenda and also a coordinating agenda as well. We continue to be very concerned with the financial issues that Statistical is facing. The SG explains quite well, but the vacancy levels that we see are quite dangerous, in fact, for continued ability to provide, number one, quality statistics, number two, provide all the outputs that Statistical aim to do, especially at an annual level, and also creates pressure on their ability to be able to fulfill their agenda that they've put in the strategic plan. The staff members that are at Statistical right now under immense amount of pressure, given that there are key outputs that the nation needs, that they continue to need to produce. And so we really implore the focus also on this issue, and council has made the statement countless times, and really in recognition also of the overall financial issue that South Africa is having, but Statistical playing a very critical role in our ability to provide official data and to provide a platform for planning and monitoring that. With that, we also encouraged as council to hear from the Deputy Minister, who has indicated that this is the focus, and that further engagement in this area are planned. With that, I thank you and look forward to the roadmap on the strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nzimande. Honorable members will ask questions and in fact deliberate on this report after the last two presentations. I will then invite Honorable Deputy Minister Kenny Murulung, and after him then will be the Brand SA presentation. Honorable Deputy Minister Murulung.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I hope I'm audible and you can see me. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and good morning to yourself, to members of the Portfolio Committee, to the Deputy Minister and the Presidency responsible for Status A, Ms. Mhlauli. Let me also greet the leadership of Stats SA, led by the Statistician General, the leadership of Brand SA, represented in this platform by a member of the Board of Trustees, Mr. Lumko Mtinde, and the CEO of Brand SA, Mr. Neville Maji. Chairperson, this engagement marks an important milestone as we start the new medium-term development plan. Nation branding has emerged as one of the most powerful tools for countries. Yes, Chair.
Honorable DM, check your screen. We can't see you. There's something.
Can't you see me?
Yes.
I think it is the background. Let me try and quickly fix the background, Chairperson.
Please.
Okay.
Thank you, dear.
Yeah. Chair, I don't know if you want to give me permission to switch off my camera and
Yes,
give
please.
the settings much later. Let me do that.
No problem. That's okay.
Thank you.
You can proceed and switch your video.
As I said, Chair, the nation branding has emerged as one of the most powerful tools for countries striving to compete in the global arena of image and reputation. In this context, Brand SA plays a pivotal role. As the official marketing and reputation management agency of our country, Brand South Africa is mandated to shape and promote a positive image of South Africa both at home and internationally. This work is not merely about perception. It is a strategic function that underpins our ability to attract investment, stimulate economic growth, and position South Africa as a globally competitive nation. By managing and enhancing our national brand, Brand SA contributes directly to the achievement of our broader national priorities and long-term developmental goals. The strategic plan for 2025 to 2030 reflects our commitment to reposition South Africa as a globally admired, competitive, and cohesive nation. At the heart of this plan lies a fundamental truth that the work of nation building belongs to all of us, every citizen, every institution, and every sector of our society. This strategy calls upon us to come together to showcase the very best of South Africa, our rich diversity, our boundless opportunities, our resilience, and our enduring faith in democracy. Chairperson, repositioning the South African nation brand is critical to addressing our socio-economic challenges, enhancing global competitiveness, and unlocking investment opportunities. This strategy is designed to ultimately deliver an improved nation brand positioning and reputation for South Africa. It reflects our collective responsibility to foster a nation brand that resonates not only domestically but also globally. Chairperson, central to our strategy is the adoption of a central idea, a key element for successful place brand strategies. This central idea is essential to any successful place branding strategy, which creates a unified and compelling narrative that resonates with both South Africans in the world. Brand South Africa is working with the GCIS to champion this approach, ensuring that all stakeholders are aligned around a similar coherent message that highlights our strength, values, and aspiration. Chairperson, the Play Your Part program is pivotal in this journey in promoting active citizenship and requires collaboration with GCIS and other agencies and civil society to amplify our message. Through its strong emphasis on nation brand advocacy and the promotion of active citizenship, the Play Your Part initiative serves as a powerful catalyst for inspiring patriotism and harnessing the goodwill that exists within our society. It is designed to foster a deep sense of ownership and pride among South Africans in the image and future of our nation. Chair, the 2025-2026 financial year marks the beginning of Brand South Africa's journey to deliver on its strategic vision for the next 5 years. These APP set out priorities for the year ahead, reflecting our commitment to ensuring tangible progress as we start implementing the strategic plan for the 2025 to 2030 period. For the 2025-2026, the entity will focus on promoting South Africa as a competitive destination for investment, trade, and tourism, while also fostering a strong sense of national pride and social cohesion. Our nation brand initiative must adapt to global developments in a year shaped by economic atmosphere. Through coordinated messaging across government and private sectors, Brand South Africa will ensure that we present a unified voice to the world, strengthening investor confidence and engaging citizens in nation building. While the entity navigates the reality of limited budget, collaboration with key stakeholders in executing the mandate is even more important now, more than ever before. Brand South Africa is reaching out to industry leaders to ensure inclusivity when approaching key strategic platforms such as G20, B20, and the World Economic Forum in Davos. This APP underscores our commitment to good governance, accountability, and clean audits. As we step into this initial phase of the strategy, we remain dedicated to building a resilient, inclusive, and globally competitive brand. Chairperson, you would remember that in our previous discussion, and I'm sure in the discussions that continue to ensue in the Portfolio Committee on Communication and Digital Technologies, there has been a discussion about where this entity should report to. We must, Chairperson, reaffirm the injunction of the Constitution, particularly on the Section 55 of the Constitution, which empowers the National Assembly to develop oversight mechanism. We think this matter rests with Parliament, and in our view, it must be Parliament that must explicitly express itself. You would know that in the last discussion that we had, there was also a matter that relates to the merger that should have been effected between Brand SA and SA Tourism. Chair, we re-emphasize what we had said in our earlier discussion, that Brand SA remains the umbrella body for the nation brand. It focuses on areas such as investment, immigration, tourism, arts, and culture, but also on the overall positioning of the nation brand. While Tourism in South Africa focuses mainly on market destination. And we've also, Chair, alluded to the fact that there are international best practices on this matter. And we've made mention of Kenya, we're making mention of the UK, we're making mention of the US, and we're making mention of India. Chairperson, at this point, let me, through your permission, invite the member of the Board of Trustees of Brand SA, Mr. Lumko Mtinde, to make a few remarks and introduce the CEO of Brand SA. Through your permission, thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable DM. As I'm handing over then to Mr. Lumko Mtinde, you must know, honorable members, that Brand SA must present until 11:30. From 11:30 to 12 is the department, and between 12 and 1, this the deliberations by honorable members. Thank you. I'm handing over to Lumko.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to yourself and honorable members. Thank you, Deputy Minister, for the comprehensive remarks. As we implement this APP, Brand SA is committed to good governance, accountability and transparency to ensure stability and improve the reputation of the entity. Of particular importance to the board is to ensure that protracted labor issues are addressed and productive environment and culture is established in the organization. This strategy and the APP reflects our determination to make the financial year in which Brand SA sets the pace for positive change and positions our country as a leading nation in the global landscape. As a strategic actor in South Africa's global engagement architecture, Brand SA supports national objectives by shaping perceptions, building trust, and reinforcing the country's value proposition across key international platforms. Brand SA's nation branding mandate encompasses the promotion of South Africa's image, competitiveness, institutional credibility, and attractiveness for investment, tourism, trade, and skills mobility. We will continue driving messaging that not only balances what the narrative may be in the geopolitical environment, but to highlight facts from misinformation in all our touch points, domestically and internationally. Such nation brand protection activities have been especially implemented in the USA market since the current administration took office. Domestically, we'll deepen our engagement with South Africans through the Play Your Part, as Deputy Minister has already spoken to, fostering unity, encouraging citizen and involvement while promoting pride and patriotism. While the prevailing budgetary limitations, Chairperson, are a material challenge for the organization, the board has prioritized the mobilization of corporate partnerships for the successful implementation of strategic programs and enhanced impact. Together, we will build a stronger, more united South Africa that inspires pride at home and admiration abroad. Allow me, Chairperson, to hand over to the CEO to take us through the presentation and conclude in respect of our presentation. Over to you, CEO, through the Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mtinde. Chair, may I proceed?
Yes, please.
Thank you so much. Let me thank my Deputy Minister, Minister Morolong, for his support and introductory remarks, as well as my Board of Trustee member, who is also Chair of the ICT Governance Committee of the Board. Chair, I will present our APP as part of the request for this session. Just put it on presentation mode. Chair, just to, this is basically the structure of the presentation. We will talk about our nation brand management strategies and how that actually cascades into our core units within the department that talk to the delivery of our mandate and our strategic the annual strategic plan, as well as our 5-year plan. And at the end, I will then break down the strategy as well as the performance indicators for the annual performance plan. Chair, I think it's important that from a branding perspective, I indicate that nation branding is often confused with nation marketing. Nation branding is all about creating perceptions, while nation marketing is about generating a demand, basically a transaction and new leads. So nation branding strategies that we have adopted as Brand SA really aim to impact the perception through our actions, our activities, and our policies. In alignment with the nation central idea, which my Deputy Minister has indicated, our nation branding has to do with our stakeholder management and how we use our stakeholders to assist in amplification of our messaging. And you'll see that coming across as part of our strategic plan, particularly looking at the private sector, looking at our communities, and looking at our global South Africans who assist us in the amplification of the positive message about South Africa, a country proudly forging ahead by breaking new grounds and inspiring new ways. Chair, specifically related to perceptions. Perceptions can be built in 2 ways: through the influence, through a plethora of content and narratives, which is again part of our plan, which we are implementing. and as well as experiences, basically physically visiting the territory. And that perception really, Chair, assists in creating an understanding of how the country is positioned in terms of a visitor perspective, or as an investor wanting to invest in a location, or even just somebody wanting to come and study in South Africa. What does South Africa have to offer? And also understanding what this brand means to us. In positioning it globally for our international market to understand, again, dispelling some of the narratives that are out there in terms of our brand. Chair, I will start with a legislative framework and a governance perspective. Brand South Africa was established in 2002. At the time, the world was really unsure about what to think of South Africa, with many different messages being sent out there by various sources. This did very little, Chair, to build the country's brand, and it was evident that for us to be able to really position South Africa as a destination for investors or for visitors, there was a need to coordinate marketing activities to ensure that they are more effective. This led to the creation of Brand South Africa, whose main objective really is to really market and position South Africa through Brand South Africa campaign. And I've articulated the two areas, Chair, from a nation branding perspective and a nation marketing perspective, which really drive the core mandate of Brand South Africa. In terms of a high-level structure, Chair, I think this is quite known. We've got a board of trustees, and entity oversight is through the GCIS, and of course reporting through to presidency. In terms of our strategy, Chair, as the process entails, one has to relook at their vision, one has to relook at their mission, and through, again, guidance through our Board of Trustees and our executive authority has been quite clear that our vision really has to remain being a nation brand that inspires its people and is admired globally. So it talks to the two parts, our vision, Chair, inspired by its people, which means our South Africans must also be inspired by our brand and really take ownership of the brand. And I will articulate how our programs really talk to that, to encourage nationhood. And then admired globally, specifically looking at our international markets. So our split ordinarily, Chair, in terms of our focus area is that 70% would be on the international market and 30% on the domestic market, because the international market is that much harder to really crack all the time. So, and you've got to be consistent in your messaging in these markets. This year, there's a slight shift because of the G20 coming to South Africa and a number of initiatives that we have to drive in positioning the destination domestically as well and ensuring the nationhood. There's just a slight modification this year that we will be pushing more, about 40% of our energies towards the domestic market and 60% on the international market. We're not removing our foot from the accelerator in terms of the work that we constantly do. We're just simply saying that we're just adding a little bit of extra effort in as far as our domestic market is concerned. In terms of our mission, to be the authority in nation brand and to develop and implement proactive and coordinated marketing, communication, and reputation management strategies linked to those three critical areas that are listed there, Chair. Brand South Africa is driven by core values, Chair, because in the work that we do, we always need to remember what drives the anchor of the entity, and those core values really lie around integrity, determination, diversity, innovation, cooperation, and Ubuntu. These are so critical in the way we actually deliver our mandate, Chair. And I'll just pause to indicate, as particularly related to the aspect of Ubuntu, Chair, that I'm sure we would have seen a number of a video of one of the American actors who stood up, who actually articulated his understanding of Ubuntu, having been to South Africa. That is how we really embrace ourselves to ensure that such people can assist in championing and understanding understanding, having visited and having known the truth about South Africa, that they are able to understand how to articulate that and who we are as a nation and our people. And that messaging really cuts across to ensure that it's amplified in the attraction of new investors, new filmmakers, etc., different sectors that can really look at South Africa positively. From a nation brand management perspective, my Deputy Minister was quite clear in terms of the nation brand. A nation brand management is the practice of highlighting, encouraging, and reinforcing communication and aligning the nation's attributes in order to present a nation in a way that helps it reach defined strategic goals. This, in essence, Chair, indicates that we're not unique as Brand South Africa. Each destination has a brand management structure that specifically focus on brand management, not just dealing with one sector from a destination marketing perspective, but looking at across the sectors to ensure that the flag continues to be waved in a positive way. Whether you are in Vietnam, or you're in Kenya, or you're in Bolivia, or you are in Brunei, or any of these other countries, and you would have seen a lot of these, incredible India, you see it all the time. It is really to ensure that everyone can understand the destination and understand what it seeks to drive and to encourage people to understand that brand itself. So a lot of these, Chair, you will notice that they're not just specifically focusing on one sector. They cut across the sectors to ensure that the nation's brand is clearly understood internationally. We are also driven by the nation brand hexagon. Brand South Africa uses Simon Athol's definition. Brand South Africa uses Simon Athol's definition of nation brand management as defined in the Athol GFK ROPA. A nation brand is the sum of people's perceptions of a country across 6 core areas: investment and immigration, exports, people, including their skills, culture and heritage, governance, as well as specifically focusing on human rights, as well as visitors. And the visitors could either be tourists, or could be business visitors, or could be students, anyone who visits the destination. So the nation branding practice is very, very important for us to understand, looking at these core pillars that are indicated here in terms of how we drive, and the strategy that we've developed, Chair, specifically focus on each touch point here in order to ensure that we don't fall short. Every single one of these components are very critical in driving the brand and ensuring that we're able to bring in new investors as well as visitors to our destination, and also its positioning globally in the international markets. Our strategic role from a Brand South Africa perspective, confirmed by our Board of Trustees as well as our shareholders, is that South Africa is competing for a share of voice in a crowded global market, specifically related to investments, trade, domestic investments, exports, and tourism. Companies, for example, talking about foreign direct investment, have got a choice where to locate their business. And it is important for us to ensure that we amplify the voice from an ease of doing business and position South Africa in those markets for companies to then say that they want to locate themselves in Africa. I've heard quite a lot of other destinations within the African continent calling themselves a gateway into Africa. So the term gateway into Africa is relative, because everyone calls themselves a gateway into Africa. We simply say, which is the destination that would offer you the most stable market for you to use as a springboard into the rest of the African continent. And the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement really creates that platform, but South Africa as a home base for you to be able to then get into the rest of the continent. That is part of the messaging that we drive. And Brand South Africa is tasked with managing that type of impact, and specifically related to our reputation, both domestically and internationally. From a strategic marketing perspective, Chair, how we do that, we build confidence both in South Africa as well as globally. We enhance South Africa's international stature. This is how our strategy is defined. And when I go into each of the indicators, you'll see how this resonates. We influence the narrative and the perceptions of South Africa. My trustee board member has indicated some of the areas, including some of the geopolitics that we're dealing with currently, and I'll outline those a little bit more in detail. We counter the negative messages and impressions on South Africa and showcase the achievements of our National Development Plan, which is quite critical because we are aligned to our National Development Plan. And we leverage on strategic global events and engagements to really bring our brand story to life and to position it globally in the international market. And that we do through our strategic partners. As I've indicated, strategic management is quite critical for us as an entity. Our core mandate for the entity chair, increase attractiveness, thereby competitiveness of our nation brand in the global markets, aligned brand management, increase nation brand advocacy, as well as our reputation and branding. And we do it through 5 core areas, Chair: marketing, communication, stakeholder relations, global markets, and at the center of that is research, because you need data to inform you, or basically market intelligence. And that market intelligence really assists us in understanding how to position ourselves as a nation in the core areas. And we focus on developing insights and analytics into the global markets. We also use other tools that assist us in measuring the perceptions, both domestically and internationally. And those tools assist us in ensuring that our interventions are tailor-made to deal with where the potential areas are and where it's actually working quite well. We are able to amplify our positioning within the global market. And these touch points, Chair, inform Brand South Africa's strategy in targeting our core audience, both domestically and internationally. From a marketing strategies perspective, Brand SA develops and implements proactive marketing strategies to ensure that South Africa is positioned both globally in core markets. And the word there, Chair, is proactive. We have proactive strategies and we have reactive strategies. So from the beginning of this year, we've had to put in initially a reactive strategy to deal with some of the headwinds that have come from the West, but initially starting as reactive has now turned into more proactive, because we've had to respond to the negativity and now put in place a full plan on how we then deal with the negativity, including emergency team that is actually working continuously every week, monitoring the headwinds and ensuring that we are able to deal with the responses and the truth about South Africa and where we currently sit in the global market. I must indicate, Chair, that we've seen a lot of positive uptake in a number of destinations and a lot of positive feedback that we have received in particularly our trading partners who continue to come to South Africa to show that level of positivity in terms of how South Africa has been faring. From our stakeholder relations management perspective, stakeholders are very core to the work that we do, Chair, both at a government level, the business, and the civil society. And those are 3 critical areas, through 3 critical stakeholders that we work with daily in ensuring that we deliver the message both domestically and internationally for the positioning of the brand. So some of our private stakeholders, Chair, just indicate that to ensure alignment, we develop joint messaging and they assist us particularly the multinationals who use some of their international offers to assist us in the positioning of the destination through their offices, and also ensuring that the right truth is communicated. Secondly, when we do global programs, we don't do them in isolation. We work very closely with our companies as well, because it's easier for partners to understand and talk the same language when they are hearing the message from either a strategic partner or a company. Most times when it's an official, they would just specifically view it as an official speaking. But when they hear it from a private sector partner, then they say, oh, if you are really keen on and you've remained in South Africa and you continue to grow your business in South Africa, it means that we are able to do the same. Our civil society partners, we're working very closely with our Play Your Part campaign in ensuring that we highlight what South Africans do from a nation building perspective. A number of programs that we've rolled out in all the provinces in the country to ensure that the South African story is actually amplified, and to show that our South African people love our country and we continue to really reinvest in our country. And then state institutions, in terms of partnerships and collaboration, it is quite key so that we don't work as silos, and to support each one of the state entities in their activities. And we've done quite a lot with a number of them. And of course, through our lead department, which is GCIS and other state entities. From a country positioning in the global markets perspective, the core here, Chair, as I've indicated, has been really to ensure that we drive our central idea. And that central idea is at the core of what we seek to drive from a messaging perspective. And we work very closely with our partners in the global markets, but critically for us are the South Africans that are also in those markets. So we have a Global South Africans program, specifically in different markets targeting Africa, Middle East, the EU, including the UK, the US, China, including Asia and Oceania, Africa and the Middle East, which are critical for us. And through our Global South Africans program, we support their initiatives in the amplification of the voice of South Africa and why South Africa is such a great place. Of course, in every market and in every destination, you'll find one or two of individuals who are not so positive. But the intent is to ensure that we work even more with those that are positive, and those that are not positive, with time, we see a huge turnaround, them coming back and actually saying, hey, home is home. It doesn't mean when I leave home that pastures are greener. And they then tend to really turn around and become our biggest champions. And through our Global South Africans network, we've seen that huge change in terms of how South Africans have really come across and come out in support. And we've seen a lot of them, particularly in the US, in the last few months, in the UK and in Germany, who've really been very proactive in dealing and dispelling a lot of the negative narrative that has been out there. And we're working closely with them in ensuring that through their brand ambassadorship, they're able to assist us in the positioning of our destination. Comms, Chair, is very important for us. Our media reach and media management is critical. Our public relations, messaging. All this is really done in partnership with core government departments as well. We have a proactive media approach as Brand South Africa, utilizing the information that is already out there. Information coming from Stats SA, from other agencies that are out there, really to amplify the message about South Africa. But we're also using our own social platforms and using our own initiative in ensuring that we can drive that messaging, ensuring that people understand how the destination is positioned. So these are just some of the examples of some of the social media platforms, and this again continues to be inculcated in our strategy, forward looking. From a financial management perspective, obviously quite important for us that we, albeit as my deputy minister and my trustee has indicated, we are stretched in terms of the budget, but we try and do more with the less that we have. And within that, we continue to ensure that our audit opinion remains as a clean audit or unqualified with no material adjustments, as we have had in the last few years, ensuring that no matters affecting our audit report related to misstatements in our financial statements, no significant deficiencies in internal controls, and no material irregularities. That has been predominantly from a governance perspective to ensure that we remain within that. Our key outcomes as per our strategy: outcome 1, enhance positioning and communication of the nation brand internationally, regionally, and locally. We've got core activities that drive this from a 5-year strategic plan perspective, and then linking it directly to our base target is really to our enhancement of our positioning. We measure this through brand perception surveys that are globally recognized, and our role really is to ensure that we influence how the perception on South Africa is driven. They give us key touch points that we work on aggressively to ensure that we influence those positively. It's a question of ensuring that we drive the messaging across in different markets to increase our brand value and our brand scoring. And some of our initiatives really related to our marketing campaigns in specific destinations, our communication interventions, and how we disseminate our information within our international as well as regional and domestic markets, which are tracked in terms of impact and how we drive the messaging, coupled with the events that are being driven to really change the attitude or the perception on South Africa. Key unique articles that are driven, and in fact we've almost exceeded some of these targets because we've had to accelerate some of our efforts, particularly looking at the US in driving the messaging in respect of what we've been receiving from that destination. Outcome 2, aligned nation brand execution and experience domestically and internationally. Key activities that really drive this, specifically related to our toolkits, a brand toolkit, which we've worked and continued to enhance together with the private sector and the core government department. Team South Africa collaborations, which has been formalized, particularly with the business sector. Excuse me. So from a brand toolkit perspective, we have our master classes that we continue to drive. And including the registration and the uptake of our nation toolkit in terms of how our brand AI brand CI is developed and how to use that, including our cohesive nation brand approach with our stakeholders, looking at collaboration efforts in driving the brand narrative. And what we've also seen is particularly from the private sector, a huge uptake in ensuring that they partner with Brand South Africa in driving a change of messaging. And this year's World Economic Forum was but one such example. The latest was 2 weeks ago, obviously with the Deputy President's travel, which was very positive in terms of how the private sector has really come on board to support such initiatives. The third outcome, enhanced nation brand advocacy, specifically looking from an advocacy perspective, how our Play Your Part ambassadors drive their advocacy platforms in amplifying the messages about how they can create a change within our own destination. And basically their love for our country and how those initiatives actually change the perception domestically in terms of supporting these advocacy platforms. Our Play Your Part campaign, as indicated earlier, has really continued to achieve high returns in terms of the amplification of our message. Just this week, we're in KwaZulu-Natal, looking at our Play Your Part campaign, working with academic institutions, working with the private sector in the amplification of our messaging. The second one is our Global South Africans Network, which has also continued to work aggressively, whether we are in market or not. We still support them, again, utilizing our missions in the destinations, because it's quite critical that the mission is aware of the activities that our global South Africans are driving within those destinations. Our constitutional values and social cohesion, very important for us to ensure that constitutional values are clearly understood, and it also drives the social cohesion perspective. Outcome 4, enhanced reputation of a brand South Africa as an entity, which is really now inward looking as an entity in terms of our programs from a corporate governance perspective, implementing, ensuring that we have a clean audit, our BEE scorecard. So these are operational items that really, as an entity of government, we've got to ensure full compliance on, and ensuring that in our full compliance, we're able to have sound governance and internal controls, and we have targets on how we achieve those. BEE scorecard, ensuring its improvement, organizational capacity in our people. And lastly, there is really our ICT modernization and information security, which is such a critical component. This day and age, if you fall back or if you fall short in terms of IT, you find yourself in serious trouble. There are AI tools that have been developed that we are wanting to onboard as an entity, but they don't come for free. It's all about money and ensuring that they can actually assist us in the amplification of our message. Just in conclusion, from a roadmap perspective as Brand South Africa, from where we come from 2002, how we've been driving the message around from the time we were established to being called alive with possibilities, how we've utilized platforms such as the World Economic Forum to amplify messaging around South Africa, how the 2010 World Cup also assisted in really cascading and boosting the brand of our destination, how we've launched our Play Your Part campaign in 2011, and ensuring that from a brand messaging perspective, inspiring new ways is driven. Although we've specifically looked at the central idea together with the GCIS, the core of the study really was to focus on the trust deficit of our country, which needs government communications to work on with partners. Hence, this collaboration with the GCIS, driving 4 critical concepts around the central idea, which were tested among South Africans. And the one that really emerged at the top has been, we are beyond extraordinary as South Africans. And these concepts were really measured as brand touch points to ensure that the message is quite clear, is livable, is believable. It really creates a good promise, and you can see the strength and the weakness of South Africa within that. But out of that, you see how we as South Africans continue to become beyond extraordinary. Chair, it brings me to the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO and DM and Lumko. We are now, honorable members, moving to the last presentation, the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. And I have been told that because the minister is not here and also the deputy minister is not here, the DG, Dr. Nkuna, is leading the delegation. Over to you, DG.
Okay, good morning to you, Chairperson, honorable members, the 2 DMs from the presidency and colleagues from the 3 entities. Our presentation is going to focus on the coordinated implementation of the MTDP to deliver results. So the emphasis of this presentation is number 1 on coordination, that there is a need for us in government to continue to improve on coordination. And this is a matter that we've been discussing with the committee. And secondly, to place more emphasis on the attainment or achievement of results. As much as inputs and outputs are important, but in the ultimate analysis, we have to measure progress, what we are doing as government, by the extent to which there is impact on the ground. So, Chair, without much ado, I will ask DDG Godfrey Mashamba to take us through the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG.
Thank you very much, DG, and good morning to honorable members and ministers on call. I will switch off my camera and go to the presentation. The presentation of the DPME covers the following areas. It covers the mandate, outlining the vision, mission, core functions, and it covers then the strategic plan, priorities, as well as the outputs and indicators related to the annual performance plan, amongst other things that are contained here. In terms of the mandate of the DPME, primarily building on what the DG has just said in the introduction, is this package of work called institutionalization of planning, which takes on two broad perspectives. One, the long-term planning, charting the country's development trajectory. What comes to mind when we talk about long-term planning is the National Development Plan, which have been in place since 2012 up to 2030. Now the work shifts to now thinking about long-term planning beyond 2030. Then the second aspect of that work is the medium-term and short-term planning, which covers the medium-term development plan, that is the plan for the 5 years to 2030, as well as coordination of institutional plans in a form of strategic plans and annual performance plans. Then the second package of work, monitoring the implementation of medium-term development plan and the NDP, wherein we deploy a robust set of monitoring tools to track performance and also implement corrective actions where it's needed and measures interventions to scale up impact. Then the third area, evaluating critical government programs with an intention to inform planning, monitoring, and also government interventions, as well as coordinating interventions, largely based on the work that we do of understanding performance, but also in support of cabinet resolutions and the instructions of the president and in some committees. Then these areas of work are so interrelated and intertwined. They feed onto each other in a very dynamic way. That's why we represent that diagram. In terms of the vision, mission, and value statement, the vision of the department is to see ourselves as a leader and catalyst for a country's development goals, and our mission being to coordinate and develop evidence-based planning, monitoring, and evaluation of developmental outcomes and impact. That is a focus on the results, and that's where we coordinate efforts of government to focus on development outcomes and impacts. And in terms of the values, there is a lot of emphasis on professionalization, but importantly, while we deliver on what we are meant to deliver, we must also demonstrate, be exemplary in terms of demonstrating good governance, to maintain a consistent record of clean audits and achieving a number of other good governance performance indicators that we will outline. The strategic plan impact and outcome statement We focus on improved country developmental outcomes as envisaged in the NDP and also through the effective implementation of medium-term development plan. It's a number of touch points there. Continuous improvement in government-wide planning. Here, we deploy a number of frameworks and give guidance also for planning across government at different levels, different spheres of government. We assess quality of plans to make sure that there is overall good quality of plans and they are well coordinated across the system. Then we get measured by the quality of plans that eventually should be implemented by the rest of government, operating at the center of government. Then there is a work on continuous assessment of implementation of NDP. So what we aim to do in this is to maintain a regular but also a predictable monitoring and reporting mechanism and produce a set of actionable recommendations to help improve performance, but also achieve impacts. And then effect also improvement based on the work we do on monitoring and evaluation. The space of data collection, I think in line also with what Statistics South Africa presented earlier in terms of innovation in the space of data and use of data as part of the evidence-based M&E systems and planning systems, and digitalization also of the planning, monitoring, and evaluation work to modernize the way we do work, but also the way we interact with our stakeholders, both as sources of information and data and reports, and also as users of the various outputs that we produce as a department. It's important. And also stakeholder engagement to make sure that particularly all of society is mobilized, well mobilized in support of the NDP goals, and also ways of translating the outcomes of the planning processes into implementable actions. So that is broadly our strategic focus and impact statement. Then the medium-term development plan, which was coordinated, its development was coordinated by the DPME, was approved in February. It has these three strategic priorities: to drive inclusive growth and job creation, to reduce poverty and tackle high cost of living, to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. What is important in the approach here is that these three strategic priorities are so interrelated. They intersect also in very dynamic ways, yet driving inclusive growth and job creation is placed at the apex of the MTDP's approach of implementation. Then much of this slide is repetition to what is presented in the previous slides. I will then skip it to save time. Also in this slide, much of this is repeated from the previous slide, but it suffices to say that branches cover the branches of the department, they cover various functions of the department, from the National Planning Commission Secretariat, which is responsible for long-term planning. And also what would be important maybe in this term is how the NPC kicks off processes for long-term planning beyond 2030. Already next week, there is a planning summit arranged to galvanize stakeholders in the sector to think around a long-term planning and reflecting on the performance of the plan of the NDP thus far. Then the National Planning Coordination, I spoke a little bit about it in terms of coordinating government planning. Then in the public sector monitoring, where we monitor public sector capabilities and support governance of public public entities and governance of public entities. I will skip the rest of it. In this particular slide, the DPME delivery model, what it says in short, without going into all the detail there, is that evidence work of the department supports all facets of the policy cycle. This is the policy cycle from conception of policy, from how government listens to views of citizens, how government translates the political statements leading up to the manifestos of parties that win elections, translate those into plans of government, how key programs are introduced. DPME gets involved. It deploys officials. That's why it deploys officials to support various areas of work across government, from when programs are being conceptualized to assessing implementation, to evaluating them, and also diagnosis of problems to get to corrective actions and mitigate negative impacts in terms of what we see coming out of our monitoring and evaluation work on a continuous basis. Then this is the theory of change. A lot of things included there, but simply what we see, what we want the committee, honorable committee members to focus on is then the top part of it, where we talk about the DPME impact. We want to improve countries' development outcomes through effective implementation of government plans and policies to achieve the NDP and MTSF priorities, and citizens must see value in the role of government. So the rest of these statements that are here supports what is indicated right at the top of this diagram. In terms of the National Planning Commission, they call it the Third National Planning Commission. There are about 3 work streams that have been identified, targeting specific outputs that are critical in the current policy context. The first area deals with economic development, wherein some critical areas are employment scenarios, developing employment scenarios and drivers, but also focusing on targeted small business opportunities, interventions to support small business opportunities, and also investment and financing of critical infrastructure. The second area, in terms of quality of life, where we deal with issues of social protection framework, issues of the health system, and also the education sector area. Then the third area is active citizenry and capable state. Important spaces being dealt with is the political administrative interface, crime, law and order, and social cohesion. The collective of these things are very important to setting the tone of what government must be doing or must be emphasizing on in terms of wanting to achieve the national development goals. I won't go through this slide in detail, but what to emphasize here is that there is a hierarchy of planning instruments. Those planning instruments, they have a way of cascading into plans and strategic interventions of government. What is important also is to ensure that there's coherence across the system, both in terms of sector focus of government, different clusters of government, but also across the 3 spheres of government in terms of how plans of government are actually articulated, including how particular interventions of government are actually specialized to define where things should be happening or actually happening across the various districts of the country. This is another articulation of the work of the department. What is important to highlight here is the work that is done in the frontline service delivery for monitoring, where department interfaces with citizens to gather responses of citizens or experiences of citizens on government work, which is very, very important to inform what the DPME does. but also importantly, that DPME wants to establish a national data warehouse, which will help to integrate and help us report better on government performance. This is another framework. I think it builds on the same frameworks that we have articulated in the theory of change. But importantly here is to understand the different purposes of evidence work, not only to help us measure performance, but to support accountability, to also improve decision making, but to generate knowledge as well about what works and what doesn't work, which then helps us to continuously improve on the work we do. In terms of the key focuses of government, there is the administration function in the department, wherein we need to highlight that the DPM is in a process of reviewing organizational and budget structure in order to streamline and optimize the use of existing resources. That is, how best can we achieve what we are expected to achieve as a department with what we have, but also importantly to establish the state-owned enterprises holding company, which is a big focus for the current year. On the planning front, important points to raise here is the work we do to beyond coordination of plans, but the work we do to link or align planning and then the budgeting work. There are instruments such as the budget prioritizing framework, which is used as an input into the national budgeting process to guide alignment of priorities of plans and those priorities of budgeting. It's a very important engagement tool between DPME and the National Treasury. Also planning that supports specialization of MTDP to make sure that we understand where in the country, in a spatial dimension, government priorities are articulated. I'm not going to repeat what is presented in this slide. I've already spoken about it. What is important here to emphasize is the specific instruments that the DPME produces, a biannual integrated report that presents performance or assesses performance of government every 6 months, work that is taken by the department to cabinet to present the performance of government and specific recommendations on how things can actually be improved and where interventions, to highlight where interventions are actually needed. Substantive sector analysis reports that are done to inform particular decisions and coordinate work of the clusters around agenda setting and interventions. In the next slide, the evidence evaluation and knowledge systems work in this space this year, or in this term. We have already started this process of updating the National Evaluation Policy Framework, but also to develop a National Evaluation Plan that will align with the MTDP period from now up to 2030. We are also strengthening integrated reporting dashboards and evaluation reports to make sure that we are functioning in a modernized environment, and also to improve knowledge dissemination to reach wider stakeholder, to enhance our wider stakeholder engagements. The key points here, some of them have already been explained. I'm not going to repeat. I will just skip these slides, noting that honorable members will have read the documents. To highlight on this page in terms of the administration function, I've already spoken about unqualified audit outcomes which need to be maintained. The big challenge that we have with the vacancy rates, but to do all we can based on the available resources to fill the vacancies as fast as we can, now that we have been given a space to start recruiting following years of engagements with the National Treasury and the DPSA, to maintain the record of paying invoices within 30 days. DPME performs much better than the 30 days average, so we are exemplary in that regard. To get the approved business case for establishment of state-owned enterprises holding company through a passage of the National State Enterprise Bill. In the area of National Planning National Planning Commission, I've already emphasized on some of the big focus areas for this year and this term to kick off a process of planning beyond 2030, building on work that has been done to date. National Planning Coordination, we have spent quite a bit of time on this. I'm not going to repeat what has been said already. The things to also highlight, which may have not been said, is around quarterly performance reporting guidelines, which is something that we need to emphasize a lot on. The department as a mechanism of coordinating reporting on a quarterly basis across government based on their plans. The next issue here would be the specialization. I think I've emphasized that already. On the sector monitoring branch, this is where the work of biannual reporting happens. I've already explained that also. Important here to highlight the development of the development working group of the G20. That is one task that DPME is leading, where we are leading conversations in the G20 environment to lead towards declarations of the G20 to support South Africa's presidency of the G20. I will skip some of the slides because emphasis has been made already in the earlier parts of the presentation. Under public sector monitoring, here we focus on monitoring public service capabilities, and support governance of the public entities, but also to facilitate service delivery through improvements through frontline and citizen-based monitoring and effective complaints resolution system. This is where we deal with frontline monitoring work, but also with presidential hotline, where we gather various complaints, but get them resolved through a mechanism that is spread across government in the national level and also in provinces. In this area, we deal also with the support that the DPME provides to the president in the management of performance agreements of head of departments and of ministers. There are particular reports that are produced on a timely basis to provide assessment of progress and also recommendations. It is also important here to highlight monitoring reports on the SOE's contribution towards the MTDP. Under the evaluation, evidence, and knowledge systems, this is where evaluations of government programs are done, and also where the department is going to implement an integrated monitoring and reporting data set, a data system to modernize how we report on government performance. In this area, there is also work of development indicators which tracks progress on the National Development Plan In conclusion, the medium-term development plan, which is a 5-year plan of government, has these 3 objectives, just to re-emphasize: driving economic inclusive growth and job creation, reducing poverty and tackling high cost of living, and building capable, ethical, and developmental state. These policy priorities wants to foster an environment conducive to investment, innovation, productivity, and ensure economic growth, wherein DPME play a pivotal role of coordinating and overseeing implementation of those priorities, but also helping in terms of tracking performance, recommending corrective actions, and facilitating corrective actions to make sure that the impacts of government programs are realized. Thank you, DG. Back to you.
Okay.
So there's another part on the budget. I will allow the CFO maybe to continue from here.
Good morning, the honorable members of the committee, the deputy ministers, and the colleagues. The budget allocation for the department for the 2025-26 financial year is 509 million. This reflects an increase of 13% compared with the previous financial year of 2024-25. Included in that budget of 509 is a transfer from DPE for a transfer of resources to the DPME and the winding up of the DPE. Can we go to the next slide, DDJ? The next slide is showing the allocation of the budget per program. I will not go through that, but in terms of program 2, we've just highlighted to show a budget allocation per each sub-program to align with the priorities that were already covered by the DDG. But the total for program 2 is 78 million. But all of that for the programs, it totals to 509. In terms of the budget composition by economic classification, the significant portion of the budget goes to compensation of employees, which takes about 73% of our budget. And the next allocation that is a bit significant as well is goods and services, which is about 26% of the budget. 70% of that 134 is already committed on fixed cost and multi-year commitments that have contracts in place, which means we are left with about 30% to implement the APP. The remaining part of the budget, it goes to payment for capital assets, which is about 2.8 million. In terms of the MTF, the department has plus minus an indicative budget of 1.589 billion. The next slide is just showing the graphical depiction of the budget allocations from the previous financial year and the MTF period. And the last slide, it's more about the narrative of what I've just covered, the allocation. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Back to DJ.
Thank you, colleagues, Chairperson, members. This concludes our presentation. We will then be ready to take questions. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, DG, and thank you very much to all presenters. Honorable members, that's the end of the 3 presentation. One, the presentation from the Stats SA, the Brand SA, and the department. Then inviting hands, honorable members. Okay, there's one hand of Honorable Matiwan.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Hold on, Honorable Matiwane. I'm so sorry. Honorable Matiwane, Honorable Chauke, Honorable Gam, Honorable Montana. Okay. And then Honorable Kumba. That's the only 2, 4, 5 hands. Honorable Matiwane.
Greetings to you, Chairperson, to the Deputy Ministers present, and the DGs, DG of the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, SG of States SA, the CEO of Brand SA, and fellow committee members. We just want to welcome the presentations. However, I must start off by saying this. Logically, I would have expected that the department would be the ones who would set the tone by making the initial presentation. And then the entities, Stats SA and Brand SA, would pick up from where the department left off. However, it was not the case. The department was the last one to make a presentation. And some of the issues that we picked up with regards to the work of the department, because there is it appears as though, as much as the department might have a strategic vision, it may be handicapped in carrying out its duties as prescribed in its vision of evidence-based planning, monitoring, and evaluation. That is government-wide planning, monitoring, and evaluation. Yesterday, during the question session, I think it was yesterday or the day before Wednesday, the Minister of the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, in answering one of the questions on the legislative framework and operational frameworks that are there to assist the department to carry out its functions, answered that currently there is no legislative framework that is supporting the work of the department, which in its sense, which would contribute to the department not fulfilling or not being taken serious by the other departments if there is no compelling legislative framework for other departments to fall or to work with the Department of Planning and Monitoring. So it becomes difficult for the department to carry out its work if we do not have planning, monitoring, and evaluation units across all departments, which would make the work of the department, I think, much more easier. So my question to the Deputy Minister or to the DG of Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation is, how do we factor in looking at Chapter 3 of the Constitution, read together with the Intergovernmental Relations Act? Does not that give us a legislative framework in order for the department to carry out its mandate? Because the issue of having a strategic vision or a strategic plan, and you would find that the vision is not supported by the funding model. And then if it is not funded, then when there is a misalignment between the strategic plan and the annual performance plan and the budget, then it means that we might be engaging in a futile exercise which might not bear fruits, because not all what is contained in the strategic vision can be funded, especially when government has has taken an austerity approach, which is in cuts in budget, which are evident within Stats SA. Touching on Stats SA, it will be really difficult, as the SG of the SA has pointed out in the presentation, for Stats SA to provide quality reports in order to have this evidence-based planning, monitoring, and evaluation. If you look at the defunding of Stats SA over the medium term, for example, one of its key programs, that is statistical operations and provincial coordination, over the medium term has seen a 35% reduction in funding. Even the allocations that have been made for this current financial year, are not enough to factor in inflation. If you look at the real growth, you'd find that a majority of the programs are in the negative, which hinders the ability now of government in its, because policy is influenced by the evidence that is produced by Stats SA. So if you are failing to fund Stats SA or to give the allocation, because I think in the oversight visits that we did, Stats SA indicated that in order for them to remain functional, they would need an additional 200 million. So if that 200 million is not forthcoming, then it means that even the work of the government will be hindered as a result of that. And looking at Brand SA, Brand SA is a non-essential service, especially in this difficult period where the treasury is struggling to find additional sources of revenue. So it's one of those entities that should cut. Where we should be seeing cuts in the allocation of funds, because it is mainly concerned with PR exercise. No, I will stop there, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matu and Honorable Chauke.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and also greetings to fellow honorable members and also the executive officials that are on the platform and the team, and also to our support team. Chairperson, my question is centered around all the three entities and the department that is presenting, starting with the Brand SA. One would have a particular interest to see how is Brand SA collaborating with other organs of state to create more visibility and tangible results in the communication strategy. And additionally with that, how is Brand SA in terms of its international and continental influence, how are we utilizing those platforms to create more positive outcome in light of the current political space that we are finding ourselves in, and with the tensions that are taking place across the world? Secondly, what on Brand SA, what is the collaboration that it has with entities such as GCIS? And I think that is quite important for us to really have an appreciation and understanding of those type of relationships. And then also lastly on Brand SA, it would be what is the I would say the relationship that Brand SA has with the private sector, and perhaps it's for us to identify and be taken into confidence who are those private sectors that the entity is working with currently, and how has it brought or has it yielded any positive results and impact through their collaborations. Moving to Stats SA, Chairperson. On Stats SA, I'm very concerned in terms of the mechanism of collecting data, because more often we are finding that the data that is collected by Stats SA is not necessarily a true reflection. And I see with the financial constraints that the entity is under, it also makes it very difficult for them to collect accurate data and reach each and every single South African citizen. But what would then be the strategy of Stats SA in terms of leveraging off of the ICT infrastructure and other institutions of government, such as collaboration with Home Affairs, collaboration with what is this, human settlement, collaboration also with health department and other relevant departments that can help this particular institution to have the ability to collect more data. Chairperson, also on Stats SA, they did indicate that the vacancy rate is quite high, and this is also due to financial constraints. Now, with the vacancy rate being high within Stats SA, one would want to, and I think this was said actually, that there's about 1.5% of persons with disabilities, and we're sitting at around 40-something% of women who are covered under Stats SA. But what is the strategic plan to ensure that we are increasing those numbers, especially when we reflect on the NDP and also the requirements, equity requirements? What is the plan of us being able to reach those targets as Stats SA? Lastly, on Stats SA, in terms of the segregated data, where are we finding challenges of having segregated data? For example, if you look at data that is collected on gender-based violence or data that is collected when it comes to poverty lines, etc., how are we able to have more accurate data, segregated data that speaks towards very specific sectors that are often left out when it comes to, the census collection? And I think I said last, but Chairperson, one would also look at what is the realistic financial expectations or need of Stats SA in order for them to function optimally, without obviously the finances only covering salaries, because we do understand it needs to go beyond covering salaries in order for them to cover as much ground as possible. The last would be going to the department. And I think with the department is to say, how is the department able, or what is the ability of the department in terms of its oversight upon other government institutions and entities to ensure compliance? And then secondly, it would be how do we then, as the department, through the ministry, in terms of collaboration, for us to look at how can we evaluate the practicality of the programs of actions of various departments. Are they attainable? Are they achievable? And then also, how do we then scale or create a matrix that allows for us to monitor the progress of those departments? Chairperson, with the department also, I think it's quite concerning. I must say that we've got this particular department that is that's planning, monitoring, and evaluation, but yet we are unable to see tangible results when it comes to our state-owned institutions. Now, how do we combat that for us to have better productivity, better quality of service, and ensure that these departments are meeting the targets and mandates? And also, lastly, it would be, what would the department also recommend as part of consequence management in order for us to ensure that there is accountability and also we are meeting the targets that the departments have set out? And equally, the department itself, if it is meeting its own targets, and where it's unable to meet its targets, what are the reasons, and perhaps what are the intervention strategies that are put in place to mitigate this going forward? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chauke. Honorable Gama.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon to the Deputy Ministers, the Statistician General, the Statistical Council, Brand SA, trustees, the CEO of Brand SA, Director General, DDG of DPME, and all other officials that are here, and especially to you, Chair, and the members of Parliament here present. Thank you very much for all of the presentations that have been given to us today. The sense that one gets is that we meet at a time when budgets are not really fully appropriated to the department. So I think you've made requests, and we are hoping that in terms of the budget, you will then get the allocation that you require. So I think we do have that sort of negative thing in terms of where we sit at this moment, and I think it's a particular weakness. But that as may be, the main thrust of today's presentations was for each one of you to present to us your annual performance plans. In terms of the DPME, I think I found that there is a vast improvement in your presentation in terms of what it is that you want to achieve, especially in the area of results, because what we want to measure, what we want to know as a plan is what are the key outputs, what are the key results. We don't want you to tell us too much about how you do things, how you manage processes. It's not about the management of process, but it is about the key outputs that we should see. How will we know that you have achieved what you set out to achieve? And I think today I've seen a vast improvement from the last time, and I think this is what we would like to welcome as a committee, that there is a quantitative, and actually it should always be 80% quantitative and maybe 20% qualitative, because when something is measurable quantitatively, then we will know exactly how best to deal with these issues. So this committee places a strong emphasis on the achievement of objectives. So, for instance, it has become the norm when you ask questions that people will tell you that we are targeting inclusive economic growth, we are targeting poverty reduction, or building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. That is very lofty. It's a lofty ideal. It means nothing. What means something is if somebody says to us, in terms of a capable state, we will have service delivery, and this is how it's going to be measured. Or if we're ethical, we will eliminate audit findings, and this is what we intend to do. Or if we're talking about economic growth, we need numbers. What are the numbers that we will be looking at? If it has to do with a reduction of expenditure, what is that? If it is about poverty reduction, is it the Gini coefficient? What is it that we're going to do? The Stats SA gives us a lot of things that we can use to measure. all of these things. So from a department perspective, and the different departments within government, we do expect that the annual performance plans will then have targets and numbers, not only for 2029, but on an annual basis, so that we don't get to the end and we find that we have not met the targets. As a committee, we will be concerned about the under-resourcing of Program 2, which is the National Planning Coordination, especially the Planning Commission, because that affects the long-term planning outputs and the production of research in terms of what makes an impact going forward to the people. So we need to make sure that we don't compromise the Commission's ability to fulfill its advisory or coordination role. We must have a strong emphasis on ensuring that planning and monitoring are data-driven. So we will support any effort to improve knowledge management, data integration, and to produce the annual evidence reports. Especially, you are now talking about having quarterly performance reporting guidelines. That will be very important that you have those, especially at sector level, so that we can make sure that we are able to measure not only within your department, but across the government in terms of work that is being done. So thank you very much to the department for enhancing. You're not yet where we want you to be, but I'm very encouraged by what I've heard from you, DDG and DG today on this aspect. Coming to Stats SA, when we talk about annual performance plans, I know that the production of reports is one of the key and fundamental outputs of Stats SA, and I think you do well in terms of dealing with those. But there's been issues where you talk about various innovations in your annual performance plans. What is lacking is how we are going to measure quantitatively those innovations, because they in themselves are welcome, but you fall short in terms of sharing with this committee how that will be measured in terms of the plans. So please, you need to go deeper in terms of helping us to understand how we are going to measure some of these things. And also, you have identified quite a few key risks at Stats SA. And I think these risks are actually quite fundamental to the achievement of the program that you want to achieve. It's very frightening, for instance, to hear about the IT systems and that maybe the firewalls might not be as strong as they ought to be with an entity which is actually given the task of giving us large data on various strategic priorities of the country. So we are interested in whether the budget, when it is eventually given to you, will particularly cover the digital transformation and the statistical reform and the modernization of the data collection methods that you seek to achieve. We would want to also know from your APP the progress that you will be making in terms of rolling out the enterprise architecture, as well as the interconnected statistical system. and also to highlight, the risks with the delays. You have highlighted quite a number of risks which are concerning. At the risk of repeating ourselves, we have said that when it comes to poaching of your employees, is there no other way that the government could really look at Stats SA? Because you are a knowledge management, knowledge production powerhouse. And of course, the banks, the World Bank, the IMF, the OECD, and other multilateral organizations will continue to want to poach. You will train for the world, but you need to have some kind of way in terms of retaining some of the key skills. You have said, SG, that you are at risk of not being able to produce some of the critical reports as you continue to lose people. I think you've lost 131 people in the last financial year. But you need to be able to isolate and identify key resources that you need to retain. And at the last discussion, we had said that Statistician General, you must come up with a plan in terms of retaining your key resources and bring it to the minister in the government. And we want to support, the institutionalization of quality statistical offices in our country. And to the extent that that you have, people are poaching from you, what is the plan that you are coming up with to make sure that you've got staff retention going forward? Because I think what you need to do also is to also just deepen, as part of a defensive strategy, you must deepen collaboration with academia, the private sector, as well as other multilateral institutions, so that you continue to have enough resources. Then coming to Brand SA, I think one observes that there's a lot of passion in terms of what it is that you want to achieve. And you have a lot of qualitative processes which are well articulated. But sadly, you lack quantitative KPIs that would tell us whether you are winning or not. How will you know that you are winning with all of the good things that you want to do, unless you also have quantitative? You begin to have some quarterly things that you say you want to do here and there, but they are mainly process issues rather than quantitative outcomes. We want to measure outcomes. One of the reasons we seem to fail in achieving results is because we want to measure process and not outcomes. We want to measure outcomes and we want to monitor results. So I would say go and sharpen your pencils, because I would ask that you need to come back once you have all of your budgets to deal on a very short and succinct perspective, to say to us, here are the quantitative result indicators that we want to achieve, and this is how we're going to measure them. The qualitative and the passion, I think it's fine. We accept that, but we would really like to see much more quantitative results. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gama. Honorable Montana.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. Good morning to our two deputy ministers on the platform, the leadership of the various entities. Chair, I'll be very brief. I see my colleague and my senior in the party, Honorable Gama, is being generous today, dishing out compliments and other things. I'll take a different approach for a different reason, and the reason is we are listening to these presentations not because we are going to make changes to them. We want to get a sense as to whether these are the kind of budgets, a strategic focus that we should be supporting when the budgets are presented, when the budget votes come up. If the department didn't hear us last year during the debates, during the BRR process, as well as during the presentations in this portfolio committee, there's nothing more we can say. They haven't heard us. They've presented their strategic plans. And from where I sit, when I look back at the presentations by the department, by Brand Brand SA, I don't think, Chair, they've heard some of the things that we've said in the committee. And I don't think that we are now in that exercise again. I think that we're at a different period. Once the fiscal framework is passed by Parliament, we debate this budget vote. It's time for appropriations. And political parties must decide whether they support or not. So I'm here not to convince anyone to do any other thing, but to hear whether is this the kind of budget that I should go to my party and say, we think here these guys are doing the right thing, they're on the right course, we should support them, or we shouldn't. And I think that I've already formed my opinion just listening to some of those. Yes, we are not in government, but I think it's very important that when we sit, we attend portfolio committee meetings, and we make inputs. There's a bit of consensus across political parties. I think that the department, the entity should take that into account. And I sit and listen and say, we are actually, it's like we're in the pre-October 2024 period when all these entities and the department came and presented to us. We make inputs, they were not factored in. And I think that that is my starting point in these discussions, because we need to know where we are. So I'm not going to go into the content, into the various choices that have been made. They've been made. It's a choice of government. We have to play our role in making sure that we respond accordingly. Chair, the good thing that I want to commend you, Chair, is the fact that you enabled us to have a picture of the whole department, where we receive all these three presentations. And I can tell you that I ask myself, if the department cannot, even within itself, coordinate effectively, how is it going to do that across government departments and across all spheres of government? Because that's where its power, its strength lies. And I think, Chair, for me, that's a question that I ask. Secondly, I ask myself, does the department, in its planning, in its monitoring and evaluation, listen and take to heart some of the reports that are being produced by the Stats SA? Because quite clearly, I think the SG early in his presentation, for example, mentioned the issue of jobs, employment, and he reminded, he emphasized that it's actually talking about the limited definition of employment, and he says the situation is not improving, and it's unlikely to improve, because if we say that we are using evidence-based methods and we are generating knowledge about what works and what doesn't work, we've got sufficient evidence about what doesn't work in the country. Despite all these things we are saying about inclusive growth and all of those things, the level of unemployment and the level of poverty in the country keeps on deepening. So surely if we are guided by science, we are guided by evidence, we should be able to go to the decision makers and say, this doesn't work, look at these things. Now, when I look at the medium-term development plan, and I look at the budget that has been presented, you can see that we're actually going far in the opposite direction to what the policy it says. It's unfortunate that the Statistician General, one of his functions is not to do advocacy role, a role within government. But if you look specifically at what the recent income and expenditure survey tells us, and you look at the current budget that has been presented just about 2 weeks ago on the 21st of May, you can see that we are going in the opposite direction. In fact, I ask myself that next year when the SG makes this presentation to this committee, where will be the situation in respect of employment, of household expenditure? We look at the patterns there. We are reinforcing what has been there all along. And so, Chair, I think for me, when I look at Honorable Gama emphasizes that let's look at outcomes and impacts, and you look at the department's presentation, for example, on the National Planning Commission, we're still at the same point. The point we've been making, we're still there. We're being told about stakeholders this, stakeholder that, this report being filed, but we're not. The outcome is 5% or 6% growth. Here's a planning department. When you look at what, for example, National Treasury said on employment, or rather on growth, because unemployment is central in some of the things that we do. When you look at what they are saying, we spoke about the medium-term budget policy statement, we're given a different number. When the budget that was set aside by the court, Cape Town High Court, spoke about 1.9. Now, when the Minister of Finance came back, he spoke about 1.4. So for me, not being in government, I asked myself, really, we couldn't get 0.9% that was a revised number. The world is going in a different direction. We put numbers that clearly, for me, they don't confirm the fact that we're actually driven by any evidence numbers. Our own strategy, I listened to Brand SA. I think that he did a lot of good work in respect of marketing. I'm trying to put my hand around the strategy. That in this changing world, in a time of economic narrow nationalism that we are seeing, trade wars and all of those things, what should be the strategy? I hear words, but I can't put my hands around this thing. And if you look at what we made we had a substantive discussion. I think Mr. Mtindo would recall that when they came to present, we took a very positive approach and made quite a significant input on how we think Brand SA can incorporate some of those. Today we received a presentation. It's like we never made, as a committee, any input on how it could improve its work. Deputy Minister was there. He had some of our own comments, but I'm trying to put my hands on something tangible, something real. I can't. We are in a changing world. Brand SA repeats what it said to us before even the world we have today. The world is changing so rapidly. There's a new world emerging. But we continue talking about the old world. We continue talking about Europe and America in the same way, like we're living 30, 40, 50 years ago. Because we are doing that, we can't even pick up some of the major opportunities that are there. So I don't want to go into the details. For me, I was here today to form a picture of where we are. And Chair, I must say that I'm extremely disappointed. Finally, I think that let me say that to the department on all the things that they're saying when I look at their concluding slide about the 3 pillars of this strategy that they have in government about changing people's lives. And I ask myself, are we really living in the same country? These guys, these knowledgeable men and women who are guided by knowledge and objective evidence, they seem, unless if some of us are smoking something, we don't see what they are seeing. This, we're being told about the building an ethical, capable state, when in fact, we are dismantling what is left of the state that we inherited in 1994. And I think, Chair, for me, the presenter says from the department, we are not only building this model, this shareholding model of state, new state enterprise model that we have, but he says something that's surprising. He says that we are also involved in the restructuring of SOEs. So the current restructuring of Transnet that we see, for example, on ports on rail, is it what the department is involved in? Because most of the stuff that we see rounds even counter to what we are mentioning. Because you can't talk about building a capable state whilst you are destroying the productive capacity that we have in the economy, the instruments that state has to change the lives of people. So I just feel sorry for the SG that he's producing these reports. But I ask myself, are they having an impact to the decision makers in the country? Understand, read this report, get a sense of the challenge that this country is facing, and taking advantage of the other opportunities that are emerging in a rapidly changing world. So, Chair, you can see my take is different because I believe that we are not at a time when we are reviewing APPs, so we have passed that stage. Today, we wanted to hear that the department has heard the people of South Africa, have also heard us as members of parliament when we make input. And I leave this meeting with a clear statement that our input are not important, that they're not going to be factored. It's quite clear that the parliament actually doesn't have an impact in the way in which these departments, because why should you get into budget review and recommendation processes when and none of those things are actually factored into that? Why should we take this? Why should we take this process seriously when the SG comes and say that I'm losing a lot of my own people, and some of the people say we want the State SA to partner with the private sector? Say no. State A plays an important role in even the strategic roles of government. We come back. The council repeats the fact that they are worried about the quality of the reports will be generated precisely because we do not even put resources in. So, Chair, I may come across as a thing, but as someone who's negative. I know Honorable Gama is a diplomat. He likes putting things, but what I'm listening to right now doesn't give me confidence. In fact, it tells me that by the time we come back next year, this country, all the indicators will tell us that we are even in a far worse situation that we're in, because we are not prepared to be courageous, to even recommend to the policymakers that, look, let's change course. South Africa must change course. And you don't have to be radical, you don't have to be left to realize that unless you pursue a more balanced approach than the kind of extremism that we see in these reports, in some of these documents, something is going to give. And I'll leave it at that, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Montana. Honorable Kumba.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good day to yourself and the deputy ministers present and all honorable members and the members from the various departments and entities. Chair, firstly, mine is to welcome the reports, the comprehensive ones, which we were just which were presented this morning. And mine is just to I think my colleague, Comrade Chauko, has covered me in many aspects in terms of Brand SA and Stats SA. But I just wanted to check with DPME, just a few things I wanted to just outline and ask. I think with DPME, I think it has been an ongoing engagement with us. I think a stronger collaboration between the National Treasury and the department is essential to ensure that, that resource planning is directly informed, by clearly defined policy priorities and measurable implementation outcomes. So I think strengthening this relationship with National Treasury will improve our fiscal status and, accountability in terms of ensuring that at least there are funds that are directed towards the planning, which will then lead to at least some impact. So ultimately, I think such a collaboration will enhance the effectiveness of the department in delivering, impactful development outcomes that will be responsive to the plans they have. So with that being said, I wanted to check if the department, has taken any initiative, even after post our deliberations, to engage National Treasury in aligning the budget allocations with the plans developed through the department. And then secondly, I think the department must find a way to develop an effective mechanism to hold the DTM champions accountable, so with a structured reporting framework to enable the effectiveness of their work. And then lastly, Chair, I just wanted to check how, the department will facilitate alignment of priorities across departments and between different spheres to ensure that at least there's a coherent national development agenda. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kumba. Honorable Christie. Honorable Christie. Honorable Christie, your hand was up, and I can see you are still in the platform.
Yeah, maybe she's cooking up a storm.
Nomaxhosa, can you check Honorable Christie?
I'm trying to call her, Chair.
Are you winning, Nomaxhosa?
Been forwarded. No, Chair, she's not answering her phone.
To reach is not. Chair, can I come in whilst you wait for her?
Honorable Ghana.
Yes, Chair. Thanks very much, and thanks for the department. My apologies for joining a bit late. Was also debating in the other critical debates in the mini plenaries. I think to the point that I raised on Wednesday, insofar as the department, especially the department side of things, I think the point made on Stats SA and its capacity have been ventilated enough. But the ability of the department in how it works with other departments to monitor performance and in a way be able to react with speed. Whilst the minister talks about the biannual reports that do come, there are certain things that when you see that there's a problem, waiting for 4 or 5 months might be too late by then. It's how do we then deal with a near understanding that there won't be a real-time response to a problem that emerges. But how do we then, and I want to check with the department, how do you then get to a point when a problem in a department, national department in this instance, emerges or at a provincial level, and you have expanded your mandate to include municipalities, but the speed at which you recommend corrective or interventions, how do we improve that? Because one of the bigger issues, as it will have been said, around the frustrations that gets received from the presidential hotline is just the pace at which government addresses some of these issues. So for me, it's to try to get to say, no, we need to move with a lot more speed. And I think it will be interesting after as a last point, Chair, after the national dialogue, how do we then put together as quickly as possible a team that then plans for the years ahead, taking into account that things that exist now might not exist, and some of the tensions that are prevalent today might not be prevalent. I think one of the bigger challenge, almost to the point that Honorable Montana raises, is that we sometimes imagine that the problems that we have today will remain the problems into the future, and the solutions that maybe are being implemented today in another country, we believe that there might be solutions 4 or 5 years down the line. But you'll find that when you get there, you've got a new kind of a problem that requires a different set of solutions. And it's how do we quickly adapt to that eventuality? Because things, if there's one constant in life that we know, is that things change. Things never stay the same. Yesterday is gone. Tomorrow will bring with it a new set of problems, and it requires a different way of looking at those problems tomorrow. So how does the department put itself in a position to be nimble enough and flexible enough to be able to address the problems as they arise and not have to wait 4 or 5 months? I think that is as one thinks back to why the department was put together back in 2009. It was to try to address the quick response and quick interventions from the presidency side of things when things are not happening in the way that they ought to be happening. I thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Ghana. Honorable Christie wrote in the chat group that she's covered, but I've got only 2 questions to the Stats SA. One question is referring to the question that have been asked by Business Day about the full complement of the staff of the Stats SA. And for interest's sake, SG, I want to check what is an impact of having a full complement, of not having a full complement of the executive management team on strategic direction of the institution and obvious the execution of your public mandate. And also because you have spoke about losing employees, and also in terms of your presentation, every time you appear before the portfolio committee, you will always tell us of losing, credible and capable employees. And you have said in your presentation, 131 of them. But I understand that with the Public Service Commission Bargaining Council, and also the General Public Service Bargaining Sector Bargaining Council, and the DPSA resolution, I want to check what justifies the prolonged tenure of acting officials in the institution, and what implication does this have for governance and accountability and institutional stability? Because we'll understand that there's officials that always act and without being absorbed. And how do you deal with that as an institution? And so that also we manage what we have raised in your presentation of losing employees, and many of them are capable employees. And I think also Honorable Gama spoke about it, because we lose these Atlantica employees for greener pastures, and they are always, some of them go to those Atlantica big institutions. So can you also respond on that question? And I will allow all of you to respond. We'll start one with the Stats SA, and also give the Deputy Minister if she wants so that we close this meeting at least by 1 o'clock.
Chairperson, I will start with the question that both yourself and Honorable Gama have raised in relation, Chairperson, to the impact. The impact is that, one, and perhaps let me start from where Honorable Gama raises the issue. In the past, when we were funded, we used to bring in staff members or young people on an internship program. And that internship program would mean that we would keep them longer. So they would go through a learnership for the 12 months. Beyond the 12 months, we would translate them to an internship. And as we do so, when we lost staff members, we were able to replace with them and grow them within the organization. And many of our staff members have joined from the beginning of the organization at lower levels, including myself. I joined the organization as an entry-level statistician about 30 years ago, before there were learnerships in government, and grew. All the DDGs that are here, we have a collective of about almost 30 years of being in Stats SA. So because of lack of funding, we are no longer able to do that. And then it takes us about 10 years to build a credible statistician because we are a specialized organization. And when we lose them, we can't replace them. And the biggest challenge is we have tried offering them schemes, educational schemes, where we pay and we want to keep them. But you can't compete with agencies that come and give them 2 times, sometimes up to 4 times the salary they earn. Competition, when it comes to money, people make their decisions, and it's very difficult. Now, so the impact is much more serious. The impact is like we have had to stop our integrative reports. So what we used to do in the past, when we released GDP, quarterly labor force survey, we would write a story that combines some of our products for the public to consume. We are no longer able to do such issues. The one other good example is that as a country, we are saying we are tracking employment or unemployment, or the triple scourge is unemployment, poverty, and inequality. But we were never funded for inequality since about 2013, 2014. And in the past, when we had money in the 2013, 2014, we used our surplus budget. But because we haven't been funded, it's only now, about 10 years later, that we bring out the income and expenditure survey. We are still analyzing poverty numbers. So this country will have waited for 10 years since the last poverty numbers came out in 2015. So if you ask me that, what is the impact is we don't know headline poverty since 2015. We will only know when the statistician general comes out later in July, August, where the situation is. The longest tenure of people in acting capacity, it's because the DPSA and is clear. A person must act for 12 months. But when you do not have any person to do that job and you are stretched, we don't have any other option. One of our DDGs here for the South African National Statistics System acted for a period of about a decade, 10 years. We could have moved her to any other place, but the system would have collapsed. Not her alone. I'm using her as an example. The two other acting DDGs here have been acting for longer than 12 months. Many staff members in Stats SA are acting far longer than 12 months, because if we remove them, we are pulling the plug and things will go horribly wrong. So it's a decision. We don't have, the positions are not funded. We can't appoint them permanently. The system, when someone retires or resigns, it is closed centrally from DPSA and National Treasury. The only positions we were allowed to fund to fill were 7 positions in the last financial year. The other acting positions, we can't fill them until we are funded. And that brings us to an issue. When we last appeared before the Appropriations Committee, Honorable Matiwane commented on this. We were saying about 200 million per annum would suffice. We were still sitting at 660 staff members at the vacancy rate. We are now sitting at 720, plus other programmatic issues. We're talking about 300 million more. So the bill of what we are running short is increasing. And let me say quickly that the issue is that as staff members leave, they leave with the skills they have gained for the last 10, 15, 20 years. Honorable Chauke speaks on the issue of ICT infrastructure, benefiting from human settlements and other departments. We are pursuing those partnerships indeed. On the issue of women and children and gender-based violence, we do disaggregate our numbers. In the general household survey, we talk about children. We talk in our quarterly labor force survey, we talk about women who are not employed. But there are issues that deal specifically with women, people with disability. You can't deal with them with about 4 questions or 3 questions in a survey. You need a specific survey that addresses those issues. We've been talking to the Department of Women, Youth, and People with Disability to say, if they get funding, maybe we would be able to conduct a detailed survey, especially of the marginalized groups. And indeed, the whole issue, Honorable Gama raises it, the risks of the budget, and of course, how are we going to measure our innovations? Those issues certainly we can come with and report back and indicate how we'll go about looking at measurement of innovations going forward. But the biggest measure is when, one, we don't fail to make key national indicators available to the nation. 2, it's when we do not delay releasing our products because of financial reasons. Honorable Gama also spoke about enterprise architecture as well as interconnected partnerships. One of the things that we are doing in the National Statistics System Division is to make sure that we bring in all the parties that are producing statistics in 2 stages. One is that we are opening up our our portal for self-assessment. We will also deal with assessment ourselves. The third issue is to make sure that using the amended act, they come into the system by establishing statistical units in their agencies so that one, they can deal with policy imperatives that come. I think Honorable Montana raised a critical issue that even makes it difficult for DPME to function. It's because government departments give DPME what they want DPME to hear. Yet, if there were statisticians that respond to policy issues within the department, we would know it from measurement while they help us harvest statistics in the way we want it to come to us and would codify it into official statistics. Chairperson, just a quick point on I think Honorable Montana and Honorable Kumbaka just commented on the role of Stats SA. So if you were to allow me, I would end the response to give others a chance, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, SG. Brand SA? Or just before Brand SA? Brand SA, yes.
Thank you, Chairperson, and members. I will start and then the CEO will conclude. Quickly, just on the first comment by Honorable Matiwane, maybe just to indicate that we do need to appreciate communications and branding, even under constrained financial conditions, because it's a very key element of a participatory democracy. A strong brand foundation is essential for PR to effectively build trust and credibility with audiences. PR and branding is distinct and not necessarily the same, though it's intertwined disciplined. I note and agree with the points raised by Honorable Gama and Honorable Montana, in particular Honorable Gama on the measurabilities of our plan. We have attempted to make sure that our plan is measurable. If you go through our programs in the different slides that speaks to from slide 43 onwards, you see that our targets are measurable and therefore give us the numbers that you were referring to. But of course, we will attempt to do more going forward. But you should also appreciate that in appreciating the point that you are raising, we also go further to use even in terms of our portfolio of evidence. We use results that we take from surveys that are not even at times conducted by our own commissioning to basically just support the achievement of our results. Honorable Montana, we did indeed take your suggestions into account. If you look at, I remember vividly one of the points you raised last year, October, around the alignment in terms of our domestic and global approach. And indeed, we are, if you see our outcome too, we emphasize there that aligned national brand execution and experience domestically and internationally. We do appreciate the geopolitics, and our operationalizing of our plan is informed by these moving targets And yes, at strategic level, we are trying hard to position our country within of course, the frame of our mandate, and appreciating that the geopolitics are kind of not very much clear. Yesterday is different to today, and today is different to tomorrow. And as such, we are aligned to that and ensuring that we are able to position our brand within those challenges. I think that as my introductory remarks, response to all the points, including points raised by Honorable Kumbaka. But CEO, you may want to elaborate in the event there is a need in some of the points I raised. Over to you. Thank you, Chairperson, through you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you so much, Trustee, for that. I think I just want to add on the last point around the geopolitics. Within the geopolitics, we, as I indicated in my presentation, we have two forms of an approach. One is a proactive approach in terms of what is already commonly known. And then we have a reactive approach, which then, just depending on our reaction, the duration of time, if it's something that it really changes the geopolitics globally, and then we move the reactive to a proactive approach. So where we then derive key strategic interventions to ensure that we continuously drive our response rate in that regard. From a private sector perspective, we work with organized business. For example, for the G20, we're working very closely with the team from B20 around that. And then on some of our programs, it just depends. For example, for the World Economic Forum, most of the multinationals as well as the banking sector are our partners who really come in to assist in funding a lot of the programs that are linked to that. As I'd indicated, we try and do more with less, but we can't sit back when we don't have money. We have to partner to deliver, which is the model that we focus on. The African continent, we work very closely with the Secretariat, the AFTA Secretariat, His Excellency Wamkele Mene and his team, as well as the team from African Bank and the AU in terms of our presence within the African continent. In terms of the KPIs, I think my trustee has covered that quite adequately. I won't repeat, including other comments. I think my trustee has covered me quite well. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, maybe we can conclude by indicating that we do work closely with the GCIS, and as such, we work together, even in respect of tapping on the opportunities that Honorable Member Montana referred to that are presented by the prevailing geopolitics and circumstances. We work together with our departments and the presidency. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair and members. Very quickly, in terms of the questions that have been posed for the department. Honorable Matiwan, we agree that the DPME needs some legislation like other entities that do this kind of work. Now, going forward, what we're going to do, we are going to issue a white paper on national planning, which obviously will take care of the review of the National Development Plan. So that's what we're going to do, hoping that in the ultimate analysis, we are going to resolve this issue of legislation. But in the meantime, one can safely say that departments do comply with the requirements of DPME, because we go to cabinet and report to cabinet. So that's an instrument that we have, and we'll also call upon the committee to assist us in ensuring that there is a compliance. But we are doing our utmost best by simplifying things, by issuing a guideline so that departments are not confused on what it is that we're asking them to do. Just on the issue of outcomes, we agree that we should measure outcomes, but as we do so, we always come across instances
where there are challenges in implementation. So when there are challenges in implementation, it means that you will not achieve outcomes. For instance, of late, we've been looking at the industrial parks. These are the industrial parks coming from the old homeland regime. We find a situation whereby most of them are dysfunctional. So when you reach that stage, you go to Kabokweni and you find that the industrial park is not functional. We can't sit as DPME and say we'll wait for a date when we'll be looking for outcomes. We have to intervene, and most of the time we find that there are serious coordination challenges, and that drags us to also intervene to ensure that there is coordination. So agreed that we need to emphasize outcomes, but if we find that there are problems in implementation, we have to assist and intervene, as I've given an example of the industrial parks. We also have a situation where you find that the Department of Traditional Affairs would say that it exists to empower traditional communities, whereas the other department, Land and Rural Development, says they exist to empower rural communities. So effectively, they are talking about the same, constituency. So even in that situation, we'll have to intervene, get the two departments, look at their respective strategies, and find ways to standardize. Quickly on the National Planning Commission, we do allocate resources to the National Planning Commission, but what we also try to do is to coordinate partners and find partners to work with the National Planning Commission, particularly those that come from the United Nations. So far, we are not there, but we are doing something. We'll be hosting the National Planning Summit, as indicated, in the course of next week. And there we have asked the likes of the ITC to come to the party to also assist the Commission. The issue of the growth strategies receiving attention, I will not go into it. I'll skip to the restructuring of state-owned companies. Now, we have not restructured state-owned companies, but there is a process that is called PSEC, the Presidential State-Owned Companies Council, that is dealing with this work with us, playing a coordination role. Now, as to how you restructure entities, it will be variable. It will depend on what it is that you are trying to resolve with respect to a particular entity. So it's not a one size fits all, more or less, but we are always guided by the objective reality and the kind of issues that we are dealing with. We have also expanded our own focus to deal with entities outside of the big companies, because we find instances where some of these entities are not even supposed to be entities. They are smaller than even branches that exist in the department. So we are advising that instead of keeping such entities, we rather take them back to departments and reintegrate them as it was in the beginning. So again, even in this instance, it's not a one-size-fits-all, but we are guided by the objective reality, the situation that we are dealing with. Lastly, in terms of budget matters, we are engaging with Treasury, and Treasury has agreed to do some reforms on the budget. There is a process that is ongoing. We are part of that process, and we hope that it will assist the alignment between planning and budgeting. And as indicated in the presentation, we always make our own input through what we call the budget prioritization framework, which we present to a committee that advises cabinet on the budget. We are part of that committee, and we make our own inputs. Very lastly, on the district development model, we have done exactly what is being suggested. So what we have done with the Department of Cooperative Governance, we have introduced a scorecard so that ministers who lead different areas who have been deployed in the different districts will have to report on a regular basis in a standardized way so that we can have a sense of what is happening. And again, we have emphasized the need to coordinate, particularly on the economic front, so that DDM is not just about the meetings, but it should be linked to certain deliverables. So that work is ongoing, and at the right time, we'll engage with the committee on what we see in terms of the level of compliance. Thank you.
No, thank you very much to yourself, DG, as well. Anything, Deputy Minister Nongaba and DM Morolo?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and members of the Portfolio Committee, as well as the colleagues that made the presentations. I think the SG responded to almost all of the issues. I just wanted to just emphasize the one point that we did say earlier on, that we are just wanting to reiterate that we are in talks with National Treasury on the issue of funding for Stats SA. If members would remember, Budget 2.0, which was delivered by the Minister of Finance, actually did make a commitment regarding addressing the financial situation of Stats SA. Obviously, that budget ended up having to be withdrawn. We then went to Budget 3.0, wherein that commitment therefore had to be relooked given the competing priorities. And then the Ministry of Finance then did make a commitment that they will be looking into one of the priorities for the medium term going into the next financial year, as well as the MTBPS, will be the issue of the funding of Stats SA. So it is something that at the level of the executive with the institution is receiving attention. Of course, we make a presentation on what the needs of Stats SA are. National Treasury, based on what is available, looking at the competing priorities, then do make the allocation. But we are happy that a commitment has been made to prioritize the institution, because it is something that we all are in agreement on, that the continued lack of adequate funding for the institution does, or rather is, a risk to the quality of the products that the institution produces. That's just the one point that we wanted to make, of course. And I also just wanted to state that I don't think that the SG also responded to the issue of the vacancy rates, as well as the whole explanation around the various people acting in certain positions. Honorable Montana, we are reviewing the APPs. That's what we are doing. I heard you saying that this meeting is not about that. It's precisely for that. We will obviously go into the budget vote cycle, where we look at the actual budget votes, and then the Parliament will then have to say whether they then approve the budget or whether they don't. But today's meeting is precisely for the reviewing of, one, the strat plan, as well as the APP as well. I'll pause there, and also just to state that I also think that we also must have an appreciation of, as members of Parliament, that you end up seeing the effects of, when we then go into the House, vote in favor or not vote in favor of a particular budget, what the ripple effects of that becomes. So for an example, we had Budget 2.0, which would have put Stats SA in a better position. They then had to be reviewed into Budget 3.0, which then puts us in the position that we are right now, which therefore means that when we do then speak about the many things that we spoke about regarding the budgeting process, we end up seeing how our individual departments end up being affected, because at the end of the day, there are competing national priorities, and we are, as a country, trying to stabilize our debt rate as well, and part of that will mean that our organizations, our individual departments, then do get affected, unfortunately. But it's something that we now have a commitment from National Treasury, and we are quite confident that come the MTBPS, we are hoping that the conversation that we'll be having will be of a different nature. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, DM. Honorable Morolo.
Thank you very much, Professor. I think the first thing that we wish to state, I think also regurgitating what has been said, including by GM Shelby, is that we place high premium on the discussions and engagements with the portfolio committee. And I wish to make this point to respond to Ntate Montana, to say that we really do place high premium on these engagements. We view them as a guide to our work, and we draw a lot of lessons from these continued engagements. Every nation prides itself on the strength of its nation brand. The nation brand that is globally competitive attracts investment, it attracts tourism, it's able to export products and talents, but also it's able to boost its own economy to grow. One of the reasons why the founding principle of Brand SA was based, or is rather based, on the property trust deed, was so to allow Brand SA to be able to raise funds and to cover for the shortfalls in its budget. And I can say with a much deeper sense of pride in the work of Brand SA that over the past years, and Brand SA continues to do that, it has been able to raise funds to cover for its work, but also to collaborate with the private sector in instances where it holds major events for the private sector to cover the cost. Let me take this opportunity to really say that we appreciate the feedback. It might not always be the type of feedback we desire, but as I said, it strengthens our work as a government department and entities. The last thing that we did not do, I think we were remiss in our acknowledgement not to acknowledge the presence of DG Nkuna. We apologized, but we really wish to thank you for this interaction. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, DM. Honorable members, as we have listened now to the revised APPs and strategic plans of the three departments, one, the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, the Stats SA, and also the Brand SA. You have asked questions and obvious comments to these reports, and we have noted the key observations and the key findings to the three reports. And however, I think as we going to close, I think I want just to take honorable members to the key recommendations that I've picked up from honorable members. One, I think honorable members on the States SA, we all agree that the States SA should develop a plan to implement the census in a 5-year cycle. And secondly, they must develop a digital tools to enhance data collection and statistical production by organs of the state. And the States SA must increase its statistical products, focusing on emerging sectors and emerging aspects of living conditions due to the changing world. And lastly, we all agree, and of which the Deputy Minister has also spoke about it to Honorable Nongceba Mhlawuli, the additional allocation for States SA is very important for critical vacancies and to upgrade the outdated ICT infrastructure. And so that we deal with this and manage the losing capable and experienced employees and obvious having acting officials forever. And secondly, honorable members, let's quickly go to the department. I think, as we have also, indicated in terms of the key observations and many issues and comments, and what honorable members spoke about, that they still believe that the department must do better than what they've presented today. But I think we all agree, honorable members, that the department should develop a planning roadmap which requires all three spheres of government to interact before the finalization of the APPs and the SDPIP. And also they must develop an effective mechanism to hold the DDM champions accountable with a structured reporting framework to enable an effective enhancement of the district DDM. And also the department must report to the portfolio committee on the alignment of the MTDP and the annual performance plans of national and provincial government. and also the DPME and the National Planning Commission to undertake a thoroughgoing process to develop a new long-term plan of South Africa, which is more robust. And lastly, the department to develop a mechanism to enhance operational planning and report and include an indicator in the next annual performance plan for the next financial year. And lastly, honorable members, on the brand SA, we all agree, honorable members, that the brand SA must have strategies to respond to economic, social, and political threats to our image as a country. And also they must enhance its cooperation with DECO to optimize the existence of external missions of South Africa and develop an integrated strategy on key areas of national interest. And lastly, the brand SA should enhance its coordination with other state organs, that such as tourism, South Africa, GCIS, and DTI. I think, honorable members, those are the recommendations that we have noted from the inputs from yourselves and your contributions to this portfolio committee meeting. As we have listened to the review of the APPs and the strategic plans of this department, what we're gonna do, honorable members, we'll consolidate this report. Next week, we'll come back, present all your key recommendations, all your key findings, and also your key observations, plus these recommendations. And then we'll adopt these 3 reports next week on virtual platform on Wednesday, honorable members, so that we then prepare ourselves to go and debate all these vote budgets, and hoping that with that spirit of unity, we will then adopt this report, because we have contributed, all of us, and we have inputted to some of this report on how best these departments, which is the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, plus also the Stats SA and Brand SA, should make sure that they do better and more than what they've done and what they've presented to this portfolio committee. With those few words, honorable members, let me thank the 2 deputy ministers that were with us since in the morning until this time, Honorable Morolong and Honorable Mhlauli, and also the Statistician General, the chairperson of the council, and also the Brand SA and its leadership, and also the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, led today by the DG. Thank you very much. We'll then next week, you must follow us. We'll be debating the last consolidated report of these Atlantica reviewed APPs and strategic plans, and then be ready for the debates in the next few weeks. And thank you very much to all of you, and also yourselves, honorable members, with your inputs and obvious criticizing the departments and also the entities, but obvious at the end of the day, you must make sure that at least they do better than what they did and presented today. And thank you very much to all of you, honorable members. Thank you. And
Chair.
Yes, dear.
Chair.
Yes, dear. DM.
Hi, Honorable Chair.
Yes, you can speak.
What's wrong with my laptop? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry about that, Honorable Chair. The SG has raised his hand from Stats SA. Can you please just recognize him? There's something quite crucial that he wants to raise that's linked to the recommendations that you've just outlined in your closing remark. Can I please request that you just please recognize him?
Okay.
Thanks.
You are recognized, SG.
Chair, I know it is difficult to speak once you have made concluding remarks, but straight to the point. On the recommendations on the census, the new amended Act number 29 of 2024 makes provision for 10 years. That is the first thing. The second issue is why we have come to 10 years is that, one, financially, it was not sustainable. Even in the past, we conducted 1996, By the time we went to 2001, it was not sustainable. That is why after 2001, we conducted the census in 2011, and 2021 was the plan, which was disrupted by COVID to 2022. The second issue is on the recommendations of council in 2005, which went to cabinet, was that it will cause an implosion because the census takes all resources, human resources from Stats SA. That is why we amended the Act to every 10 years. Thanks, Chair.
No, thank you very much, SG. I think, honorable members, you have heard that recommendation then of the 5 years will remain as 10 years. And we are now, thank you very much to all of you. We are closing now this meeting. And thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you and goodbye.
Thanks, Chairperson.
Okay. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.